fishing for more money? All you need is your phone. No, go to Quote, get a quote, and you can save $900 with your phone. Look at that, it's real.
It feels good to save some coin. It feels good to Geico.
All the captains exchanging pleasantries, and we're about to get down to business.
Yeah, veteran guys, I think it's ECAC referees again, so both from that conference for both games.
What's going on, everybody? Jonah here with you. It's a Thursday, April 9th, 2026. It feels good to be back behind the microphone again after all the duties alongside the NIHL. I'm on water for Sharks. Finally free to be able to call some games. So some college hockey this Thursday and then Saturday as well. So for the Michigan Wolverines, the Frozen Four has been a tale of misery for them. Since, 99? They've been here like 7-8 times. They've only won once. So again, in their natural history, of course, the Michigan Wolverines, they've won 9 titles. The Pioneers have 10, where they're going to be playing today. So head coach by Brandon Narado. Let me pull this back up in my notes. They're 31-7-1, 17-6-1 in the Big Ten. And the lineups sound like this: Malcolm Spence, TJ Hughes, Jaden Perron, Will Horkov, Cole McKinney, Nick Moldenhauer, Adam Valentini, Kaysen Musket, Aiden Park, Garrett Shifsky, Keenan Draper, and Josh Renesi will be the forwards. On defense, Tyler Duke, Luca Fantilli, Ben Robertson, Drew Schock, Dakota Reen-Mullen, and Asher Bennett line out the third line defense. Michael Hedge should not be an extra. He will be in the lineup today. I think Narado said there is no restrictions. So Jack Ivankovic will be the goaltender of record per usual. But Michael Hage, who's got a ton of points on the year, will profile that as we go along. Should be 100% tonight, according to the head coach. For the Denver Pioneers, they're 27-11-3. They are 17-6-1 in the conference, just like Michigan was. And their lineups sound like this. It is Rieger Lorentz, Samu Semelainen, James Reeder, Sam Harris, Clark Casewell, and Kristen Epperson, Kyle Szyskowski, Kieran Siberian, and Brandon McMorrow. Reed Brolakaiv, Jacob Fisher, and Hagen Burrows will be the last of the forwards. Eric Jamieson, Eric Polkamp, double Erics in the first line defense for David Carl's squad. Boston Buckberger, Kent Anderson, and Kel Ashcroft and Garrett Brown will be the back-end defense. Brady Milburn maybe be the extra. And the goaltender is the freshman sensation, Johnny Hicks. He's only given up 3 goals in a game one time. He has a blistering save percentage. Scroll back down in my notes again for Hicks. 21 games played. He's 14-0-1. A goals against of 112 and a save percentage of .958 to go with 3 shutouts. My only question to Mr. Hicks now is, can he do this against the vaunted Michigan offense? Against the Denver Pioneers are settled across the board. You know that, David Carl. They have depth everywhere. Michigan does too, but Michigan also has a pair of 50-point producers in TJ Hughes with 56, Michael Hage with 51, 5 power play goals for TJ, 6 for Hage, and there is a lot of opportunity to score. So I would expect that Hicks will be tested, but Denver's defense, especially with Eric Polkamp, he's one of the best offensive defensemen in the league as far as college hockey. So this one's going to be a lot of fun. Again, if Michigan does win this game and win the title, they would only tie Denver with 10 national titles in program history. Last time these two teams met, Denver defeated Michigan 3-2 in overtime in 2022. And this is only their 3rd match of all time since 1982. So these are blue blood hockey programs. They don't get a chance to meet a ton, but in the Frozen Four here, they await the winner of the Wisconsin Badgers. We'll have that game for you, I believe, Saturday at 5:45, a little bit of an earlier start as we spend our time in Las Vegas and T-Mobile Arena, where I was prior to COVID, when the Red Wings and Anthony Mantha defeated the Vegas Golden Knights. So if they get a chance to host this again, I'll definitely go, but right now we're just going to cover it.
There's been a lot of great players that score a lot of points for the Wolverines, but when's the last time the offensive leader was also blocking shots in the biggest moment of the biggest games? He's a heart and soul guy, dynamic offensively.
Great point for Wolverines. Game number 156 in his Wolverine career. How about Denver? Frozen Four for the third straight year. They're led by a bunch of freshmen, including the goaltender as well. But man, from front to finish, this freshman's class has been outstanding.
It really has. I mean, Clark Castle and Brennan McMorrow, they were so good for this Pioneer team in the regional, scoring big goals, playing power play minutes, bringing energy. And Johnny Hicks, the freshman goaltender, the guy hasn't lost a hockey game since he took the net over in January. We got two tremendous goalies in this hockey game.
It's TJ Hughes and Zeppelin set to take the draw here in Vegas, and we are underway in the Frozen Four as Michigan will watch this catapulted in their own end. There's a shift in behind the end boards now as Denver will steal. Zeppelin works him behind the net off the backhand. This is sent toward Ivan Kovic in immediate danger as this is a stick save. Here comes a slap shot deflected amongst the traffic. Ivan Kovic holds the right post, and immediately two shots on goal for the Pioneers inside the first 25 seconds, and a late hit from one of the Michigan players ends up drawing a crowd. Now, when this picks up on ESPN's box, I will go ahead and get the numbers in there as well for you as far as the lineups. But this should be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to it. Again, we will, once I get another stoppage, go ahead and get those numbers in there for you as I can duplicate this box. This just pulled up on ESPN. I was using the college hockey scoreboard here, but now we can duplicate this for Michigan as this is picked up now for Robertson to the right side board. It's off a stick look. Good battle there. Robertson able to get the pass across to the left side here for Shipsky. Throws it in on Hicks, and an immediate glove save. Again, Johnny Hicks hasn't lost a game since he's taken over in net. 14-0-1. Again, we mentioned the 958 save percentage in the pregame. That'll be something to have to watch. Eric Folkamp is a Hobie Baker finalist. Rieger Lorenz, 16 goals, second on the team is David Carl getting some camera shots. Always remember that Freebird and Team USA in the World Juniors over the last couple when David Carl was a part of that. Now, Bob Motzko be able to lead those guys to back-to-back gold medals. Ivan Kovic go toward the left sideline. A big hit there for Denver. Able to stick chop this one out of the way as Josh Ernesi recollected now for the Pioneers. Again, they're going left to right in the all-red. Shot hits Polkamp up toward the stick, and then Michigan will brush it back to him and force the save. So 4 shots on goal here early for the Pioneers against Michigan's 1. Again, they talked about the freshman class for the Denver Pioneers, which will include forwards like Brennan McMorrow. You got Polkamp in there as well. Got a lot of guys that can absolutely drive and move the puck up the ice. Now, Denver, I would say maybe be a little bit more of a well-rounded team than Michigan is. That could beat some top-heavy players, but they got a guys on Michigan that have over 50 points. When you think about Michael Page and TJ Hughes, that really doesn't happen in college hockey. And also 30 victories on the year. Michigan was the only team that got to that point. As this is cleared in from the left side blue line, Michigan had to hustle where that would have been an icing. As Horkoff will win this off the back pass, and the high slot now deflected, and this goes wide. As this will be chased into the right side corner here for Michigan and Nick Moldenhauer. Back to the defense. As Bennett will throw this one in. Picked up now for Michael Hage. He plays for Team Canada, and he's on Michigan. As this one's knocked up in the air. He was pretty good in that World Juniors, although it was cut short in January. Sent back around now, Moldenhauer off the hold. Good steal there for Michigan. Couple chances out in front, and that was a very good save for Mr. Hicks. Right in the middle of the slot as Valentini was the one that let it fly right toward the right circle. Getting a battle there was Hage with Casewell working on in front of the net. Hage trying to find the soft areas to provide a screen in front of Hicks. So excellent work there to move without the puck. 17:58 left to go in the first. We're still scoreless. Again, Wisconsin won the early game against North Dakota, so they are moving on to the final. It could be an all Big Ten affair if Michigan would win. Pass across, another beautiful save there for Hicks, as that was denied up the blade of Horkov with the left pad. Picked up now for the Pioneers in their own end. They'll look for a long flip. This will work out. Michigan over skates it. Denver gets a chance right off the rush that Ivan Kovic had to make a save on. This is sent back into the point. High slot deflected. A lot of traffic on in front. That wouldn't have counted anyway. That would have been interference. As this is a blown pass. Michigan's got 3 back to Denver's 1, and a long shot. Ivan Kovic's going to have it in his glove hand. 6 shots to 3. Denver's looked pretty good, I would say, in this first mix of about 2 minutes and 34 seconds so far as we're watching this one on ESPN2. The site is T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Again, I was there about 2020. It's been a long time since prior to COVID in the mix of it, but this is a beautiful site. They get to hold college hockey for the first time in Las Vegas. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully that can be a continuation at some point. Slap shot in for Shipsky. He's got it set back, though. Michigan was a hair off sides. And now David Carl's squad will go ahead and get squared away here for Eric Polkamp. He's going to go ahead and lead the troops. Long outstretched pass. This goes wide to the left side red line. Flip back in behind the end boards now as Duke played this one ahead. Michigan now off the left side. We're looking for a flipping pass for Anesi. Shipsky was looking for it. Michigan will steal. High slot now. Shot gets deflected up high. Is this a chase now for Garrett Shipsky? Excellent work. It's been a good shift for him as he rims it in behind the end boards. Anesi will get pinned near the left side red line. Sipley now try to get the steal, and Denver throws this one back down. Picked up now. Now Arnesi will get this one ahead as he'll clear it in safely across the blue line. Michigan forechecks near the right side of the boards as this is looped in behind the net of Johnny Hicks. Opportunity now as Shipsky is getting some camera shots. 14 goals, 13 assists, and 27 points. This is contested. And behind the net now of Ivan Kovic. Denver with a couple of stick chops. Push this in across the wall. Little Horkov. This eludes him. They just hold the blue line. Good stick. We'll let Brandon Norado's squad take a change. This goes back into Denver's end. Opportunity now for Garrett Brown. He'll lift it on the backhand. Ivan Kovic with a courtesy stop near the right post. It's sent back around for Barnett. He's open now toward the left side down, but Michigan really taking their time and on the breakout. Dakota Reem Mullen turns it over. And this is in the high slot now. North Dakota with a chance. A fan on a one-timer. That could have been partially blocked. Stick gets blown up in the air. And this is Ivan Kovic with a save in the high slot. And now that will allow the helicopter blade to get cleaned up on the ice. 15-14 left to go in the first.
This will get Michigan into trouble, right? Right on Mullen. Off the set breakout. Just misses Michael Hayes. We know Denver's a patient team. They will sit, they will wait more, and they will pounce. So, puck management going to be important for the Wolverines.
Michigan wins the D-zone draw. Try to take this one up the ice now as this is flipped back down. Hicks waiting in the butterfly near the right post. This will be hand grenaded outside the zone. It's a 2-on-1. Michigan will win the chase. Rimming in behind the end boards now for Robertson. He overskates it. It bounced off his left skate. Centered out in front, but nobody home. And the maize and blue get a chance to go right to left. Big hit right at across center ice. Takes out one of the Michigan players. I better pull up my numbers on the box score again. I'll have to stick with ESPN for a little bit. Is absolutely got a piece of Shipsky, and behind the net is Duke. Duke try to take this one up the gut. Opportunity for Valentini, and Hicks had to take a secondary hold as Fisher throws a couple hits. Polkamp keeping his crease clean for Hicks. Valentini off the rush. as Casewell able to go ahead and lay it out. He got the captaincy of Michigan and C.J. Hughes. We'll take a break. We're still scoreless.
I take Bell State first and say hundreds on my card insurance. Unfortunately, I did not check my outfit before meeting my girlfriend. Checking All State first was an excellent call. Not checking which team my girlfriend rooted for? Not great. So check All State first, and you can say hundreds.
When choosing the right gear to cut, trim, or mow your yard, Ace has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all over the world. Like Steel, Eagle, Milwaukee, Craftsman, and Toro. And with free assembly delivery, we're ready for pickup in just 15 minutes. Conquering your outdoor projects is never been easier. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed. Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Michigan Wolverines tried to break that drought that they've had. Back in 1998, Brian, the recent football team wins the national championship, and the hockey team constitutes one of their own. Just saw the Michigan men's basketball team win Monday night. Well, that gives Michigan hockey a chance to make it a double. We've never had a college basketball national champion and a hockey national champion in the same school in the same year. The trains are flying at the Brown Jug in Ann Arbor. Looking for that second championship.
Be an ozone draw here for Michigan. Get a chance to take it near the left side dot. It is still 0-0. Denver has a 7-4 shot advantage on U of M. As we're 14:20 left to play here in the first. Glad you can join me here for this coverage on ESPN2. Hicks has hit him toward the glove. Michigan will retrieve as Hage turn around and shot. And this is picked up now for Denver. It's a 4-on-3 developing. Michigan has the back check. No power plays yet to tell you about. As Valentini will go ahead and send this one into the corner. He tries to chase off a 1-on-3. He almost got there against David Carl's squad. But they will go left to right now. There's a looping against the end boards now. Picked up off the back check. And Luca Fantilli hits the glass. There's an opportunity here. Smooth skating for Michigan. Explosion across the right lane off the back pass. And a slap shot in the slot toward the right dot for Perron got deflected away. That would have been a really good opportunity for Michigan. Here's a long outstretched pass. As this will be flipped back down the end boards. Cale Ashcroft was the one that let it go. As this is sent behind the end boards. Picked up for Dorado's squad. I think they got the first penalty of the game. 13-17 left to go in the first. Maybe Jaden Perron is the one that's going to go to the box. We'll see if it's number 18. But Michigan indeed will commit the first infraction, and that will give the Pioneers a power play opportunity. Tyler Duke, a little bit of a hooking call, and that's going to put Michigan behind the 8 ball here as Denver's got an opportunity to score the first goal of the game in the man advantage. Sam Harris is a pretty good power play trigger. In my notes, about 6 or 7 power play goals. You're going to have to pull that up away from the rosters. Don't want to do that yet, as this is Polkamp. They'll work with it. Fake it for Harris. Send it toward the net. Ivakovic brushes it away. It's picked up now for Barnett to throw this one down the ice. Start again now. Here for Johnny Hicks. Go left to right. Polkamp now with the college mask, 32nd in Division I as Denver power play 37th at 79% is Michigan's penalty kill. This is picked up on the backhand and sent down for Hicks. Shifsky was the one that cleared it. Shots on goal sit 8-4 in favor of Denver as we are 2 minutes away from the halfway marker of the first, still scoreless. Michigan bunches this up across the left side boards, and nothing fruitful so far in the first minute of Denver's power play. Start again one more time for Boston Buckberger. We'll drop it back to the forwards and attempt to get things going. Michigan just trying to play a zone right at the line just to kind of collapse that space, and they'll do so. Clear it down the ice again one more time for the freshman goaltender, Johnny Hicks. Polkamp have to start again in his own end. It's the third time I've said that, but Michigan's been able to send it away. Rim around the end boards. It's a full sail clearing attempt to get in the zone. There's Robertson. Has to get around the vulcanized rubber. Denver finally gets a chance to get set up now. Polkamp send this across the right side. Dot, get it back in the high slot. He likes for the pass across. Left side dot, fan on the 1T right in the middle of the circles. Denver's power play. Down to 8 seconds. Polkamp still trying to decide what to do with it. He gets it back in the high slot, bounced off his skate. And Michigan able to kill the first infraction of the game. As Duke is back out on the ice. Just one shot in the power play for the Pioneers and David Carl's squad. Again, he was the two-time gold medalist for the World Junior Championships alongside Team USA and Freebird. So Denver's got 10 national titles. Michigan's got 9. These guys no stranger to winning. Fantilli gets it sticked away from him, and it'll be settled back down for the jerseys in red against the maize and blue. There's another jersey in red that's waiting on Sunday. That is the Wisconsin Badgers. It would be an all Big Ten affair if Michigan wins today, but the Frozen Four in their last 9 appearances, they've only won 1 time. This is a bad turnover. Scores! Right in the middle of circles! And it's the first goal of the game for the Denver Pioneers. That was another bad turnover for Michigan's defense. I'll pull this back up here in my box. As Kyle Trzaskowski is the one that's got it. It's an even strength goal. It's a brutal turnover for Michigan's defense. They give it away right near the left dot, an extra touch pass, as Asher Barnett can't block it. And when this is played out, I'm really expecting Ivan Kovic to know that this has got to get out of the zone. That's not his fault. He gets it to his defense up ice, and they cough it up badly. And Denver takes advantage of a giant miscue that allows Tchaikovsky to get the first goal of the game. Can't do that if you're the Maize and Blue. 12th goal of the year for Kyle, and it gives Denver a 1-0 lead at 10:19 of the first. I'll pull this back up in my notes and type this down.
Slightly off the Michigan defender as they went down on 1-knee to block. Looks like it might have been a change of pace as Ivan Kovic did win.
So Kyle Trzaskowski is going to get the goal. We'll give you the assist in a moment as we're past the halfway marker of the first. Denver's really kind of owned this first period. I'm not surprised from everything that we've talked about, from the mix of it as well. As this one sent back down, Brandon Dorado's squad, you're going to have to try to get things going. Again, the box has not yet been updated here on ESPN's side, but it's Kyle Trzaskowski unassisted. I don't think that's going to be the case either, but we'll see, because that's at 9:29 of the opening frame. David Carl's squad's got it now. We'll take this one D to D. Flip back down for Ivan Kovic. Hits it off the glass. Denver steals again. Another good shooting lane as this gets deflected on the left side of the glass. 9:10 left to go here in this first. A little bit too far for Moldenhauer. Hunt the puck now for the Pioneers. A little bit of a push there from Moldenhauer. Does not get it out. This is centering the point and looped around away from Barnett. Horkov will go ahead and look as this is picked up. He tried to get a steal right in front of the players' benches. He's stuck on the ice right now because Denver's still got the puck. Loop back around the inboards now. Good pressure in the high slot off the back pass. Just keeps it in. Puck movement been sublime here for Denver as Barnett gets a pin. And this will be recollected with speed. Josh Hernessy try to turn on the burners, protecting the forehand, send it toward the back post. And Hicks didn't hit his leg. Michigan now tries to throw this to the left side point. They force a steal. Michigan finds the entry now off a leave pass near the right dot as this gets taken away by Denver. They have been everywhere on the ice right now, and Michigan doesn't seem to have their wits about them as this is a pinball right toward the right side, but they're keeping the front of the net clean. I think this was deflected, no penalty. 8:03 left to go in the first, but Michigan's not finding an easy time of their offensive zone entries, whether it be left, right, or middle. And a couple of times, other than Michigan's penalty kill against Denver, it really looks like they're on the front foot of this game. Move back in behind the inboards now for Horkov as this is sent down for David Carl's squad. One flip. They'll get this one safely across the red line. And those jerseys can change. Denver has a 1-0 lead on the Wolverines right now. Wolverines trying to become the same as their basketball team this weekend to try to get some victories. As far as another national title, that would only tie Denver at this point. Sent back to the right side, high slot. Robertson slows it down. This will be sent back around the inboards again. A couple of stick lift battles. And Denver emerges with it. Michigan has numbers. Polkamp with a shot that's deflected in the middle of the circles. Denver picks it up, tries to toe drag in the middle of the slot there, but Michigan alertly knocks it away. It could have been 2-0. Here's an interception across the inboards. Horkov dumps it in. Hicks play this off the glass. Michigan now trying to hunt the puck as Moldenhauer now on his back skate. Denver, here they come again. Off the chip and chase. Actually going to get there first. Moldenhauer needs some little bit extra help on the left side red line. 6:35 left to go in the first. John, you're with you watching this one on ESPN2. T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Here's a spin now. Loveland turns and Ivan Kovic will see it. Will hold. 6:30 left to go in the first. We might be taking a commercial break. It's the Denver Pioneers getting the first goal of the game. It's 1-0. Ian, my friend, how are you?
I am good, John. I'm good. Currently on break at work, so decided to join you.
I appreciate you, my friend. I'm hoping for better news here in comparison to what the end of the Red Wings season will be. You said I sent that tweet out that you already saw, but again, it's officially 1 year's time from the fire and brimstone because I think the Red Wings are going to miss next year.
You know, John, Alec and I were talking about that. Hard be it for us to tell you what to do with your team, but you might. Okay, they're winning they're beating the Flyers 4-2 right now, but John,
A little too late.
Yeah, but you may want to think about adjusting the timeline a bit because I don't know how you're going to make it through another year and they haven't gotten it together.
So you're saying I should, as soon as the Shark season is done in May and the Stanley Cup Finals are done in June, that I should adjust it for a year period and bring the show this year?
I mean, again, Marty isn't for us to tell you what to do, but I mean, you are a more patient man than I am. After how they started and how they've utterly collapsed,
Yeah.
I would have already gone on a rant by now.
Yeah, I'm trying to be holding myself into the timeline that I had set. And I have been probably a year more than patient as I should be. I don't disagree with you, gentlemen. I'm just trying to believe at some point that the offseason, with the money that they have, that they're actually going to choose to spend some of it with the players that are available. But we'll see. David Carl is the one that's getting some interviews here. Again, we all know about Monday night for Michigan and the basketball team against UConn, but as I profile in the pregame here for the Wolverines, Frozen Four has kind of been a house of horror for them in this final portion. They've been 9 times over the span since '98, and they've only won once. So Denver Pioneers are probably the next best team in hockey. They're neck and neck with Michigan. I would say that's about a coin flip. And right now, they've got the lead as it's 6:10 left to go in the first. Wisconsin would be another team in red. They're waiting on Sunday. I was hoping to see Michigan and Wisconsin, but we'll have to find out there. And I correct myself, Saturday, 5:45 Eastern puck drop. That'll be the case. I'll be covering that either way. Sam Alainen lost the puck near the right side boards, a spin and turn. And this is easily read. Across center ice as Ivan Kovic will slow it down. A little pinball there. Michigan will recollect in their own end off the back pass. Luca Fantilli has this one now. Again, the younger brother of Adam, who plays for the Columbus Blue Jackets. Again, another one of those teams I root for a lot because there's a lot of Wolverines in Columbus right now. This is picked up. Keenan Draper, he gets over skated, and the shot is wide of the right post there for David Carl's squad. Polkamp looking for a deflection, and this is collected in the middle of the slot. Hayes and blue. Robertson looked to escape a little reverse hit there for Ignasi. Throws it on. About 5:10 up to go in this opening frame. Shot board is 10-4 Denver over Michigan right now. That's definitely got to change in the second period. That's kind of how it was in the opening game between North Dakota and Wisconsin. They outshot the Badgers, did 17-4 in that first, and they only won the game 2-1. Here's a slap shot for Barnett. This is fought up by Hicks. Play at the net. It'll be recollected across the right side bumper. And good passing here in tight as Polkamp now slows up, makes a beautiful feed in off the back skate. That is on sides as this is looped in behind the inboards now. Sam Harris off the back pass back to the point. Try to send it to the net, but it gets blocked as the camera bounces around. Harris with an extra feed. He'll spin and turn. He works his way to the left side boards now as Michigan finally gets an interception across the players' benches. Keenan Draper will send this one in, but he hit the glass. It'll blow the play dead nonetheless. 4:11 left. We'll get a neutral zone draw. Yeah, the Red Wings are not going to get help today. Not that they deserve any, but the Ottawa Senators lead 3-0. And I know I saw this on the local 97 The Ticket. I'm not sure what day this is. Tonight might actually be fan appreciation night. And this might be the night that they get eliminated. Ironic as that is, because let's just call it as it is. If Detroit wins this game, they got 91 points. That would leapfrog ahead of Columbus, but Ottawa would have 94 with their win. And there's really no way of catching at that point. If it was last week and you had Boston, Ottawa, Montreal, Detroit had their opportunity to catch if they would have gotten victories against their Atlantic Division opponents, but they couldn't do it. And I should, because it's been a while, because with all the MIHL work I've had to do, I got to give a lot of credit to the Philadelphia Flyers. Even if they lose today, they've worked their way into the 3rd seed. They've got 40 wins on the year. I mean, I didn't expect them to be that good.
Alec and I, we weren't doing an official broadcast, but we were talking on the phone. And when they beat Boston in overtime, we were just laughing. All we could do was laugh.
I don't even, I mean, we'll see what ends up happening in the standings, Ian, but honestly, the way that they've played over the last month, I mean, that's playoff hockey essentially for them to get in. A 2-3 matchup between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. I know Alec is going to have some fun with that rivalry, but that actually could be pretty interesting in the Metro if that happens.
Yeah, I don't. I don't see Philadelphia making.
I lost you there for a minute, Ian. When we get another stoppage there, I'll bring you back in. I know you're still in here. I just didn't get your point across for Philadelphia. I want to get that. As this is now toward the left side, that'd be a neutral zone draw here for Michigan. They'll win it. 4 minutes left to go in the first. This is sent toward Duke. Takes a wrister. Good sacrificial block there. But Siskowski is the one who scored the goal and maybe saved one there at 3:54 as he blocks it just outside the left circle. What was the point that you were going to make on Philadelphia if I can get you back? Siskowski cuts the angle, and I think that one might actually hit Hicks in the head on the second look. 3:54 left to go. In this opening frame, Denver has the first goal of this game. Again, the freshman has been able to take over since the injury and has not lost a game since he's taken the net. 14-0-1, a save percentage of .958, and that is not something insignificant. Again, the numbers high. College hockey sometimes gets inflated, but he's been unbeaten in his career. Notable freshman. Kyle Siskowski got a goal in this game. He's got 13. Epperson 11. Casewell's got 25 assists, and Brendan McMorrow has 8. 5 freshmen that have dominated for the Denver Pioneers. Scores off the draw! Michigan ties it 3:42, as quick as a bullet, and it's a 1-1 game. 11th goal of the year for Michigan for Josh Ernesi, and we're tied.
Well then, that escalated quickly.
Right off the draw, I was just talking about the niceties of Mr. Hicks. And as this gets bounced off a skate, Ernesi picks it up. It's a standard scrum, like you're holding up on the analog stick to try to get your extra forwards in there to help you win a draw. Keenan Draper fighting for it. Ernesi cleans up the trash and roofs a shot near the right side dot. He scores, and this game is tied.
I heard the last name Draper. Is there any relation?
Yes, there is. Chris Draper is working scouting here in the legendary Red Wing. His son plays for U of M. He's got an assist today. We need to make sure. I will say this, for everything right that Steve Eisman and Chris Draper has done for the Red Wings on the ice, you got to make sure the off the ice scouting continues to be in fruition. I saw the notion here on 97.1 the ticket, and you had to go ahead and take one. Pick one you have to trade. You got no choice. And I think it was Dylan Larkin, Lucas Raymond, Alex DeBrincat, or Mo Sider. Who are you going to take? And I really shuddered at the thought. And then I was thinking, you know what? Maybe Lucas Raymond, but we'll see. This one hits Hicks up toward the stick. I don't really think you're taking any of the court out. You're really just replacing the bottom 6, and then you move forward. That's my opinion. As it's 3:10 left to go in the first. Picked up now as Ernesi scored off the assist from Draper. Spin and turn shot. Works behind the inboards now. Horkov picks it up. It's a 1-1 game between Denver and Michigan. The winner gets Wisconsin on Saturday, about a 5:45 puck drop. Michael Hage back at the point. This slap shot gets deflected. Michigan finding the puck. Somebody had to get off the ice with a broken stick. Scores! It's a rebound out in front. It bounced off the end boards, and Michigan's got the lead now. There was a broken stick in the middle of the circles. Michigan shot an initial attempt high, and TJ Hughes puts it home, and the Maize and Blue out in front. broken stick, and then a shot off the inboards goes high. It goes back in play, and then Hughes right there on the doorstep near the right side of the blue paint gets an easy tap-in goal, and Michigan's got 2. Now, Johnny Hicks, we talk about the freshman. He had a .958 save percentage. He has only given up 3 goals one time in the OT loss that there was during the regular season. He's already given up 2. That one not his fault, but it gives Michigan the lead as it's 2:05 left to go in the first. Again, I'm just trying to make it to Saturday here before we see what happens. But if Michigan can get a collegiate basketball title and a hockey title on the same weekend, I'm going to be flying high no matter what happens with the Red Wings. I will promise you that. As Robertson near the right side boards, Ben Robertson gets hit off the puck. Michigan's got it anyway. Shifsky loses it. And now Denver, David Carl's squad try to answer with a long shot that goes off the inboards. This goes back to the point now, and this will be sent back down. Cervenka throws it around the inboards, and Denver trying to find it now. Keenan Draper bounced away from his stick. Denver on the high slot. Michigan will try to chase the puck here, but Hicks comes out of his goal crease. No problem. He'll make the play behind the inboards. 1:15 left to go on the first. Dangerous feed in the middle of the circles. Fantilli almost got there. Hughes off the steal. Horkov trying to help now for Michigan. There's a rolling puck. Someone's blade is on the ice now. No matter. Michigan and Brandon Dorado's squad will take a change. 1 minute left to go here in the first. Michigan coughs it up in their own end. Here's a spin and turn against the right side glass. Looks like a slinky there, just bouncing and off the hits over and over Denver. Now they'll have to catapult it off the inboards again. Ivan Kovic will stop it. Now he'll make an open pass to the left side red line. Michigan turns it over again, and from their defense, it's been a problem. 3 of those, and 1 of them resulted in a goal. As this is picked up off a half a minute. Horkov off the spin. He will get it out across center ice. Casewell gets the steal. He's been one of the phenomenal freshmen for Denver. 20 seconds left to go in the first as this is behind Ivan Kovic's net. This is just held in. Denver's got it on the high slot, trying to rush across the right side boards. Down to 8 seconds. Valentini throws it down, and that will end the first. Maize and Blue got a 2-1 lead after 20 against the Denver Pioneers. We'll come back, we'll call more. Go ahead and mark these goals down. I would say in that period, shot board is 10-9 Denver. Michigan took control of the last about 5 minutes, but I would say the first 15 minutes were probably all Denver. But you take what you get, a little bit of bounce and luck, as Ian profiled there with me, and Michigan will take it.
So Michigan has a 2-1 lead over Denver. But I want to discuss this with you, Mr. Rod.
Mm-hmm.
What is the current? Okay. Just as a refresher, because I'm still not used to this convoluted playoff structure, take us through the NHL playoffs. Who would be facing who?
Okay, give me 1 minute, Ian. I'm just going to type in these goals, and then we're going to break that down. Give me just a couple minutes if you can hang out.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to make sure I throw these in my notes. This is not going to be a long story because I got to make sure to take care of plans tomorrow. So Josh Renesi, Keenan Draper at 16-18. And the last one, we got Kyle Truskowski from McMorrow and Sebrian. TJ Hughes. I don't think TJ Hughes, I'm just going to say this right now, is the relation to any of the actual Hughes brothers that are in the NHL. Because if we get a fourth, you just got to make sure that entire family just keeps pumping out kids at that point, because they're all going to be NHL stars. But I think he's the one that's not related. Okay, so Valentina gets his 16th assist. Page has 39. So let me go into Ian's question. This is not profiling who's going to win tonight because that's already a mess. So twos and threes play each other. We'll start in the East. That would be the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Montreal Canadiens. That's too close to tell right now. They have 102 points. Buffalo Sabres have 104. The other 2-3 matchup in the Metro is currently Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, but that might change again depending on what happens with the Columbus Blue Jackets today.
Oh boy.
So go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I know I asked this, but good lord, the state of Pennsylvania might actually burn to the ground.
Yeah, that one I think I would really cover. That would be one of the first ones I get to. Outside of the West and the Central, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia would be fun. I'm sure Alec would join me on that, and I know Ian would be there as well. When you think about 1 and 2, the wild card, the one with the most points gets to host. That'll be the Buffalo Sabres currently against Ottawa. That could be interesting. You got two high-scoring teams, although I think Buffalo should be able to handle them. The Boston Bruins would play Carolina. Boston's had a good year, but I just don't see that there. That the Hurricanes wouldn't get the job done. If we look in the West, that is a little less complicated if you're talking about the Central. Now, the central opponent for the Colorado Avalanche could be any between the Sharks, the Kings, and the Nashville Predators. Either way, that should be a first-round exit. I don't see that being a problem. Now, if you want to talk about a change in format for the NHL and the 2 and 3 seeds, this might be one more time where you make that comparison. Maybe Gary Bettman doesn't do that because you like the OT loss points because it makes more teams in contention. But between the Dallas Stars and the Minnesota Wild, one of these guys is going to get eliminated in the first round when they have Stanley Cup aspirations. That's what you get in a 2-3 matchup. That one's locked. So we know we're getting Dallas and Minnesota. That might be where I start.
I really wish they'd go back to a regular 1v8, 2v7, etc.
They need to in that regard, Ian, because really I think we would all agree there is no instance where Dallas or Minnesota should not be playing after round 1.
Right. And there's also, and the fact of the matter is, yes, we still have 8v1 and 7 and 2 versus 7, but it just go back to what we had 2018 or 19, when the Blue Jackets shocked the world and not the vengeance best
Yep.
the Tampa Bay Lightning. You really think about it, John, you can pull a lot of parallels between the mid-90s Detroit Red Wings teams and this generation Tampa Bay Lightning team.
Yeah.
Always lost. They show when they mattered, and then boom, finally clicked and 3 Stanley Cups in 5 years.
Yeah, I can't argue that. I just saw something across the ESPN box that made me pretty happy here. Again, I'm just following along from the news duties today, but Elliot Cadeau, one of the most outstanding players in college basketball, is returning for another year for Dusty May to run the point. So, pretty good to see Cadeau return for U of M. Also going to mention this as well. The top seeded, and Ian said this right as far as Edmonton, that they would still be able to hold on. But I have to just mention this again. This isn't sour grapes because of my own team, because they have 89. Always Edmonton's got 90, but 90 points in the Pacific in comparison to 106, 104, 96 in the wild card for 1 and 92, about to be 94 for the Ottawa Senators. 90 points is enough to get you a number 1 seed in the Pacific. That is what the Edmonton Oilers are. Right now, they would be playing the Utah Mammoth, who you could make the argument there 41, 30, and 6. They have more regulation wins than Edmonton does. It should be a high scoring game. And you got Carl Vejmelka in the mix of whatever the hell you want to say you have in the Edmonton Oilers. If not for McDavid, we're not going to get Draisaitl, but if not for McDavid pulling out some heroics, the Mammoth could actually win that matchup.
I'm actually going to call my shot here. The Mammoth are going to lunge at the Oilers.
I think they can. I agree, Ian.
Yeah, 4 games. It's going to be a sweep.
The Ducks a couple of days ago were in first. John Tortorella now and the Vegas Golden Knights are the second seed. The Golden Knights and Ducks would be pretty damn interesting. Ian, I'm going to ask you this because I've been away from the NHL for a couple of weeks now because I had got slammed with duties on the other end of the MIHL. But John Tortorella behind the bench now for the Golden Knights, and did I see that right the other day? Pete DeBoer now the head coach for the Islanders.
Oh, John, yes, that is not clickbait. That is Vegas and the Islanders are in desperation mode to find any kind of leadership right now.
Right.
You know, Bruce, the league for some markets is very unforgivable or very unforgiving. You know, Bruce Cassidy won a Stanley Cup for Vegas, and now he's gone.
Right.
Yeah. He should just give up trying to be a coach.
Yeah.
Seriously, if his runs with the Islanders and the Avalanche does one thing, he cannot coach.
I agree. I think the candle burns a little bit too hot and too quickly there for Mr. Waugh. It's not a fair comparison because Todd McClellan's been around forever, and I like what Todd's been able to do. It's not his fault, everything that's been going on in Detroit, but he's kind of, as you told me before, get everything back to surface level. That's what Patrick Waugh seems to be able to do. You maybe have a couple teams that get back to surface level, and then it burns too hot, and they got to get rid of them. All I will say is whether or not it's Matthew Schaefer already being that good, you make sure you don't change anything for him. You just want to make sure that you get the New York Islanders in the playoffs and move them forward. But to go from Patrick Waugh to Pete DeBoer, we'll see. John Tortorella, I think at least makes sense for me because I think in Vegas, that's the kind of team where it fits. But I agree with you as far as Bruce Cassidy. You win a cup there, and then to get rid of him after all the other injuries and slow starts there, I don't know. I know we've lost Dean. He's got to bounce in behind, but I agree with his points. If we come back, we'll call more of the second.
Today we're talking NCAA championships and life lessons. Schoolwork got distracted. Feeling overwhelmed. Need a place to unleash your cardio, be hope. Join thousands of streaming fans for a heart-pounding in-person experience you have to see to believe. NCAA Championship. Attendance to be very passionately available. Visit ncaa.com/ticket. Professor, who are you talking to? Pregame to star power everywhere.
Let's give you the update in the box.
NHL triple header begins Saturday on ABC and the ESPN app.
Got those Denver fans worried about the Avalanche coming up in the weekend. They got right about the Pilots right now. 3 minutes ago from the start of the second period. Second period adjustments we need to see.
For Michigan, I was going to say, hey, they need to get more on that. They have to get speed going, but they kind of cured that a little bit at the end of the period so fast. I'd say just keep going the same way as you did at the end. And for Denver, they haven't played a lot. They blitzed Western Michigan 4-1. They blitzed Cornell 2-0 in the first period. Can they come out and play the way they want to play from behind? Really curious to see that.
Nobody could play.
So Josh Hernessy, Keenan Draper, and then TJ Hughes and Valentini Michael Hage. It's a 2-1 lead for Michigan. College Wiskowski got the goal from Brendan McMorrow and Karen Sebrian. And this game has been pretty good so far. Michigan Wolverines, I'll make this in my notes again. Denver probably controlled the first 15 minutes. And I would say Michigan the last 5, in my opinion. That's kind of the way it is. It was a lucky bounce there for TJ Hughes, and off the left side glass, he picks it up near the right post, puts it in past Hicks. But again, as I talked about in the pregame, Hicks has only given up 3 goals 1 time. He's been undefeated in regulation since he's taken over. The freshman is 15-0-1, and his team is down 2-1 after the first set of 20. So let me know what you think. I'm going to go ahead and give you a NHL update as we sit and wait, because I see some of you guys bouncing in and out. Well, it's about due time the Red Wings win a game, but it's a little bit too damn late. The Sabres have a 4-0 lead on the Blue Jackets, so Blue Jackets won't pick up any points today, which helps Detroit. They're up 6-2 on the Philadelphia Flyers. That would give Detroit 91 points to tie them with the Islanders. But the Ottawa Senators are going to win today and get to 96. So they will essentially be eliminated today unless there is an epic collapse by the Ottawa Senators. So that'll be 10 years of them not making the playoffs. And the fire and brimstone chat for me comes next year. Canadians lead the Lightning 1-0. That could be a potential playoff matchup. Blues down 3-1 to the Jets. Hurricanes up 2-1 to the Hawks. Wild and Stars. That will be your 2-3 matchup of the playoffs. 5:44 in the first. That's 1-1. Flames and Avalanche. They got one more game next week. I'll cover that Thursday at the Saddle Dome before the Flames season essentially ends when Nazem Kadri returns. Mammoth up 1-0 on the Predators. That is a very good playoff battle right now. If we look at the wild card one more time, the Mammoth and Predators are uno and dos. They're trying to get a 4-point swing.
Wisconsin and Colby down 1-0. The Michigan offense suddenly just burst onto the scene. Yeah, you're not used to seeing Denver give up a lot of leads, but this is what Michigan do. They come in flurries, and there's so many ways they can hurt you. And the fourth line is Josh Hernessy. He just goes in and he outwills Jamison, the defenseman. And look, I didn't even pick this up, but the puck pursuit by Adam Valentini, but watch in front TJ Hughes. Before he actually buries this one, and this is a great look at, he actually tips that puck that might have been going in up and above and wide. Can you get an assist on your own goal? Yeah, that's a great call there, Colby. You're right, Valentini. We asked for the I was asking for an adjective to some of your players. I said, Adam Valentini. He said, pitbull, dog. And he was a dog on that play. That's a great pickup by you. Not only the relentlessness, but then they challenge.
Let's pick back up in this second period. Michigan's got a 2-1 lead. TJ Hughes, Josh Hernessy answers with a couple of goals as Denver had a 1-0 lead. And tons of time left to go as this will be off the end glass. 19:41 left to go in the second. And let's see if there's going to be another penalty. Again, there was one against Michigan there in Duke. And I think they might be taking another one here for a high stick. That's certainly what it looks like. And up toward a cross check there. Dukett's his second one as he got Szyskowski, the only goal scorer for Denver. Shot board is 10-9. It's the second power play opportunity for the Pioneers. 10 titles in program history. Michigan has 9. They would have to win the whole thing against Wisconsin and win this game on Saturday to make sure that that stays tied at 10 as clearing attempt goes into the Michigan bench. So hopefully everybody okay down there. And I think toward the Michigan bench, they had a couple other of the ESPN personnel there that might have almost got smoked by a puck. And we're going to see the clearing attempt here. Oh my goodness. It actually almost hit the third string goalie here for Michigan. Thankfully, everybody's got their helmets on over there. Here's a high wrister that hits off the glass away from Ivakovic. And David Carl's squad goes to work here on their second power play. Chance up here toward the left side dot. High slot now, Casewell trying to run it toward the right. High slot, Casewell wants it. He is wide open if this goes back to him now. Casewell goes to the pass to the left side dot. And this is a shot deflected and saved by Ivakovic as Polkemp was the one that let it go. 19:01 left to go in the second period. Johnny here with you watching this one on ESPN Dose. This is the start of the Frozen Four. Again, Wisconsin punched their ticket against North Dakota earlier. We are watching the Denver Pioneers against the Michigan Wolverines. Ivakovic with a 5-hole save on the latest chance. $1:20 left to go on Denver's second power play. Fantilli now trying to help off the steal as this goes back to Harris. Polkemp. Harris now will play combination. Polkemp now. Fisher. Keep his head up. Picked up now for Reeder. Just kept in by Buckberger. Slap shot Lawrence. He gets his stick broken. Can't play it there, though, as it would have been a penalty. Buckberger now at the point. He'll get it. His pass. High slot looking for an extra feed that would have caught Ivakovic off guard if it would have hit the net, but it missed. Recollected across center ice. Michigan. Kane and Draper get this one back down. Go to start again now for Eric Jamieson. Picked up off the drop pass. Lawrence got a new lumber. He gets chased in the left side red line. Buckberger now. He's got it toward the left side dot. Here's Harris. This goes back to Boston. Slap shot tip. What a save for Ivakovic as this goes back down the ice. Johnny Hicks will go ahead and lead it again. About a third or fourth broken stick already as the Pioneers look to go again. Casewell will loop it. And by the time they get in the zone, Denver's power play is going to expire. Michigan forces a turnover near the bench. Toe drag, outside chance, caught off by the hand of Hicks. He'll brush it away. And now the jerseys in red come up the ice. Picked up on the backhand. High slot there. Scores off the deflection. We are tied. Ashcroft. It's 2-2. Cal Ashcroft gets just his third of the year and from the point, and it ties the game at 2. Denver and Michigan. This has been a fun one so far. And this is picked up near the left side red line. Michigan kills both power play opportunities. I have to wonder if they are going to get the next one is the question mark for me and how Denver is going to defend that. They had a 1-0 lead. They now tied it back at 2. And I know they talk about blown leads as far as the first intermission, but a 1 goal in comparison to a team like this isn't anything that I would consider to be a blown lead. These are the two best teams left in the tournament, and that is no disrespect to Wisconsin. At least one of them is going to get knocked out for the Badgers when they'll begin play again about 5:45 on Saturday. As Hicks goes in and makes the save, and a little bit of McKinney there trying to push away with Spence, and that will blow the play dead at 16:32.
Thomas McMillan, Dallas Ferguson, Sidney David Carl.
Denver wins the D-zone draw. We're on the backhand now, as Ivakovic will stand up near the right side post. This will be stick chopped a couple of times, as Kent Anderson trying to battle for it now, and near the players' bench. Again, one more whistle as the puck goes up and over where everybody is seated. Denver leads the shot forward 12-10. Most importantly, they have tied the game. Cale Ashcroft was his third. Casewell with a wonderful screen. No chance for Ivakovic to ever be able to track that. There's a chance from the left side blue line is the one that gets roofed past the goaltender that was in the butterfly, as he's the first to the celebration line in that full college mask. That's the custom attire. That just reminds me of the Redmond boys for the Waterford Sharks when they got my local assignment when their semifinals begin this next weekend. We're waiting to see who the opponent's going to be, whether it's Michigan Shadow or Muskegon Voyagers. Sent back in behind the end boards now for Moldenhauer. Get a chance to start again. Dakota Rail Mullen throw this one ahead. McKinney will take a shot, and Hicks makes a right pad save. And Reem Mullen now trying to do some work in behind the net. Jordan Spence there as well, as Michigan off the steal. Hicks will just scoop it up. Like some ice cream there, 15:42. Go ahead and make the save in off of Valentini, as we're tied at 2. And almost the first 5 minutes have expired of the second frame in T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Watching this one on ESPN Numero Dos. My name is John Ott. I appreciate you following along here. Again, for YouTube copyright, otherwise I would be able to show you the game, but we're going to give you the play-by-play nonetheless. Game story probably won't be that long because I got plans, but I will be back for Saturday for the final game. That's at 5:45. So I'll be able to get the job done and get everything squared away for Saturday before I got to get back into my league duties next week in the MIHL. A couple NHL games for you next week, and then I got a couple playoff duties myself on site. Robertson now, and off the tie-up. It's a good chance here for Jamison to shoot, and Ivankovic will be forced to hold. Kept the crease clean there, did the Maize and Blue, but I like the way that Denver's played this game. It's not to say that Michigan doesn't deserve to be 2-2, and I'm saying that as someone that is living in the state, but I think they've been a little more fortunate there. He had a Ernesi bullet right in off the draw, and then TJ Hughes is that one bouncing off the backboards. I don't think Johnny Hicks could do either with that, but we'll see if that luck ends up working out for Michigan, because right now I think Denver is the better hockey team. Here off the spin and turn, Harris gets bumped off the puck. And start again now for the Maize and Blue. Send this in behind the inboard. Fantilli ran into his own guy, lost an edge. He'll go back in behind for Ernesi. Now to Luca. Luca shoots, is deflected off the stick of Hicks. He'll recollect back in behind the inboards now. 14:45 left to go in the second. Shot board 14-12. Denver has tied it there. Ashcroft with the tying goal. Is this one wide? Picked up now for Michigan. Clearing attempt fails to get out. And a good battle there. Keenan Draper will paste his man to the right side boards as Maize and Blue will get things going here in their own end. Good step through. Left side wing, wrist service is fought off by Hicks. There was a big rebound, but Denver there in the red jersey to clear it up. Harris in a battle with DRM. Dakota Reem Mullen will get the steal. Reem Mullen now. A little bit of a pick play, but that's not called. Michigan's got it. High slot now. McKinney lost it. As this is recollected now and off the inboards. McKinney and off the tie-up. This is a rolling puck. Michigan will force a steal right at center ice. 13:50 left to go in the second. Picked up on the backhand. Horkoff in tight. Good save, Hicks. It bounces up in the air. It's loose. Denver gets it out. Rolling vulcanized rubber goes down the ice. And that will be an icing. One of the first ones I think I've called as it's 13:38 in the second. Shot board now even at 14 will be an ozone drop coming. So how about this for history? Denver and Michigan Frozen Four. 1964, Michigan won the title 6-3. The Frozen Four semifinal, which I profiled to you at the pregame, was 3-2 Denver and OT. And this game kind of looks that like that. And Brandon Naranjo still looks like Luka Doncic. As this is TJ Hughes now get a chance to take this one against Casewell unless he gets bumped out of the circle. So he'll back up. In Casewell, I guess we'll do a lap before he goes back in. And off the pullback, Pioneers have the puck. Ashcroft throws it down, and one more time, as I said, the first icing will get consecutive here at 13:32. Boston Buckberger, what a name that is, as he is the assistant captaincy out of the NCHC. Again, Denver, they'll have their pregame, or Wisconsin, I should say, on Saturday at 5 Eastern. It'll be about a 5:45 puck drop. Again, that'll be the only game of the day because it'll be the national championship, so it might actually start on time. I usually gotta go for 15 minutes late, as customary. Keenan Draper will win this one back for U of M. Shock now trying to get this one across the line for Michigan. He'll do so. Left side red off the spin. Robertson pulled against the inboards. Michigan now on their back skate as Shock will have to do some work. And they did not gain the red line, the Pioneers. Those same color jerseys have to deal with another ozone draw. So should have never opened my mouth about the amount of icings because now there's been 3 consecutive against the Pioneers. So Ashcroft, Cale Ashcroft is third of the year. It is a 2-2 tie now as Denver's come back to even up this game. Shot 4 dead even. And we're 3 minutes away from halfway through the regulation at this point. Face-offs this period, 8 for Denver, 3 for U of M. And off the back pass. Michigan picks it up, content to ribbon around the inboards now. Page lost it. And this is picked up off a couple of stick chops. Spin back around now. Long flip just gets out of the zone there. Spence. Watch this one get slowed down for Johnny Hicks. Play back in behind the goal crease. This is contested near the right point, and there is a lot of maize and blue and red jerseys trying to fight near that player's bench. There's Asher Barnett. Dakota Reed Mullen will throw this one out. It's too far for Hage. Now Michigan, it's their turn to ride the carousel and ice the puck. 12:42 of the second. .12:30 left to go in the second. My name is John Otto. I'm your play-by-play man watching this one on ESPN2 as we resume action again. It's been 4 icings that kind of nullified the play a little bit. Again, for Michigan, they're looking for their first title since 1998. It's definitely been a long time. They talk about Ivan Kovic. He's not Marty Turco, but he's going to have to be the guy because Johnny Hicks, the sensational freshman for Denver, with a .958 save percentage, has already given up 2, and you don't think he's going to give up much more, even for as high-powered as the Michigan offense is. Luca Fantilli will watch this one get rimmed around the inboards now. This is picked up now. Smaker will throw this one toward Ivan Kovic. He'll get it in the big paw. 11:50 up to go in the second. We are going to take, I think, a TV timeout. We're tied at dose. Come right back. We'll call one.
Moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep you out of the picture. Now, there's Sky Risen.
So we'll update this as far as the box. Again, Cale Ashcroft at 2:30, very early, from a shot deflected from the left side blue line. He gets his third of the year. None bigger than that for a guy that doesn't score all that much. Assisted by Sam Harris and Clark Casewell.
Ready to get back in the picture with Sky Rizzi?
Right now, shot board reads Ivan Kovic 11 of 13. Johnny Hicks 13 of 15.
Out there, one plane. In here, as many places you want. Plates are broken. Out there, tiny trim.
But in here, big butterfly shrimp.
In here, you have a choice. Out there,
2022 national champions, Denver won in Boston. What a moment for them. Didn't stop there. 2024 in St. Paul, Minnesota, they beat Boston College. Matt Davis, the legend.
So 4 of the last 5 for the Frozen Four. That's where Denver's been. They've won in 22, 24. Again, Western Michigan won last year, which was really awesome for the state to see the Broncos be able to do that. Again, Michigan, Minnesota, talk about hockey hotbeds. The same thing in Denver as well. The blue blood programs, but the Western Michigan Broncos, to see them win last year was pretty darn cool. We'll see what we get now between Denver and Michigan. As we said, Frozen Four here has kind of been a house of horrors for the Maize and Blue because out of the last 9, they've only won 1. 11:30 left to go in the second, and it's a 2-2 tie. Ashcroft is the one that tied it for the Pioneers. It was third of the year, and a deflection from the point. Burnett will take a chance toward the point. It's wide of Hicks, and Michigan can't hold the line. Again, they lead the shot board now 15-13 as this score is tied. Hicks customary to make a stop and off a pass, and Ashcroft back out there. He's got his D partner, Garrett Brown. We'll throw it to Ashcroft. He'll gain the left side red line. Michigan now try to play this off the back pass. That's Asher Barnett. Try to get a stick lift there for Anderson. And just eluded there. Sebrian pushes this one ahead for David Carl's squad. Ivan Kovic stopping it for Michigan and behind his net. Another turnover here for Michigan in their own zone. They've not been sharp there, but this will go a little too hot to handle for Boston Buckberger. They will get hit near the left side boards and have to send it in around 90 feet. Michigan now will take their TO, especially for their forwards, to get their change. Let everybody take a breath. Dakota Reed Mullen. He's got it now. They'll look to explode back in behind the net now as Michigan looks to go left to right here in this second frame. They've conceded 1. This has been a good game between 2 really good programs all time. 19 national titles between the 2. Michigan got 9. Here is Hughes. His shot gets deflected there off Buckberger. Picked up now for TJ. He looks for a wraparound attempt. And another save. Moldenhauer gets robbed by Hicks. 9:48 left to go in the second. TJ Hughes had a wraparound playing behind the net. Moldenhauer read it well. He was working his way toward the left post to try to slam home a rebound. He never stopped skating. He beat 2 players of the puck. And Hicks bails out his team there and makes a big save.
you gesture, the world responds. Any car that doesn't offer that sense of control is a car that's not sharp and amazing.
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be matched with a TurboTax expert and get real-time updates on their progress, and you get your best outcome guaranteed. Switch to TurboTax Full Service.
Coach, what has been most pleasing thus far in this game?
It's a good hockey game, great college hockey game. We're back and forth. We've had two chances, they've had two chances. Just trying to get to our identity.
Where are the pressure points?
It's a breakout and forecheck game both ways. I think whoever executes better in the forecheck, limits those turnovers, going to have success.
Thank you.
Past the halfway marker in the hockey game, we returned from break. 9:48 left to go in the second. Fisher going to get set to take the draw for the Denver Pioneers as opposed to TJ Hughes. And this will be flipped back down the inboards again. It's the fourth icing of the period. We didn't really have any in the first. And there was a stretch about the 13-minute mark where it was three consecutive. As this game has looked to slow down a little bit between these two, I can't necessarily tell you at this point, with 9:42 left to go in the second, that next goal is going to win, but it certainly feels like it that when you see what's happening on the ice as far as the defensive intensity, it kind of feels like a vice grip that these guys are playing to make sure the next goal doesn't happen to them, if you get my drift. Moldenhauer will watch this one now for Hughes. Will send it toward the net. Gets deflected a couple times. Michigan turnaround into the traffic. Moldenhauer, oh, what a check! And near the right side for Fisher. Cleans out one of the Michigan players who probably could have scored near the right post. Might have saved the goal there. Picked up now on the inboards. Fantilli try to get this one back out now. High slot now deflected again. Wide of Hicks. Michigan buzzing out of this commercial break as the bowling balls that continue to happen. Michigan does not have a power play. Spence set it up. Hicks fought it off. It's loose in the seat of the pants of one of the Denver Pioneers. And that will force a stoppage as it was caught in between Burrow's legs. So Michigan, let's see, did Hughes get, he got wiped out by Fisher. Took his stick out and everything. This isn't even one of those situations where you're trying to look for a hometown call. Michigan really had a beef there for TJ Hughes, who got worked in front of the net, lost his stick in the process, could have been cross-checking. Denver's got two power plays. They didn't score in either. Michigan doesn't have one yet. I said in the first that maybe they could get the next goal, probably looking for one there. Mullen, easy save there for Hicks, no traffic in front. Johnny Hicks has looked pretty good. He stepped 17 and 19. You can see why the freshman had a 958 save percentage. He's been a calming presence. Now, one of those goals was a deflection, and the other one was bounced off the backboards that he couldn't even see. I don't think either one of those goals is really his fault. Ivan Kovic got burned by his own defensive irresponsibilities from his own back line, and that's why this game's tied at 2. A couple of mistakes, really, on both sides. And it's unfortunate there for Michigan, as this will be flipped back down. Picked up now for Denver. McMorrow dances in. Good stick save there for Ivan Kovic. Somebody lost a blade. It's a 3-on-2 developing, but Michigan didn't get the trailer because the stick got broken in half. 8:20 left to go in the second. Picked up off the long flip. David Curl's squad gets it out. And off the back pass, Severian on his back pass. He's open. McMorrow, that pass comes too late and then allows Ivan Kovic to make a save as Michigan tries to curl it out of their own zone. Picked up across the left bumper, and Michigan now with their D-core will settle it back down. Shot board 19-14. I'm not going to say Denver not pressing, but there's not a lot of space here to be had. Spence Send it toward the net off the cross pass. Michigan plays it off the wall, and this will be sent down deep. Here's a tie-up. Johnny Hicks is waiting near the left side post off of the butterfly. This gets tipped off his stick blade. It'll count as a shot. Garrett Shifsky now trying to work with this for Michigan. Here's a rolling puck. Goes over the legs of one of the Michigan defense. Picked up across center ice. Will Horkoff got it now. He will make the drop pass. One more. That's a little bit too much for Michigan there, but they tried to get creative. It allowed Hicks to recover. Will Horkoff got the initial steal. Instead of taking that shot off the rush, he elected to pass, and that allowed Denver to recover at 7-16. But credit Will for getting that steal and then trying to get around Reeder. He had to make a quick pass. He did so, but then they tried to find Shook the other way, and it took too long. That allowed Hicks to make the save.
Somebody would have came right for my hand. I had to play against guys like Nate Kirby in college who would break their hand in a heartbeat.
Be an ozone draw for the maize and blue against the jerseys in red. Denver Pioneers will win this off the tie-up. Two of the winningest college hockey programs of all time. You can definitely say that. Denver's got 10, Michigan's got 9, and they are in a battle here in this 2-2 tie. Good steal there. Buckberger wanted the puck. This goes off the outside of the post almost. That was almost bouncing off the backboards, and Michigan able to survive and get this one down the ice. 6:45. Hicks will make a quick decision. Keenan Draper will turn on the burners in the forecheck as Buckberger lost the puck near the players' bench. David Carl's squad take a change anyway. They're already there. And Ivan Kovic. Watch this one. Will go D to D. Michigan try to start left to right. This bounced off the inboards, not far enough for icing, as Michigan will try to chip and chase here. Taken away from the left side red line as Cervensky will put this one ahead. He had the opening goal. This is sent toward the net. A big collision, but able to brace for it was Denver. They'll hold the hands out near the left boards. Valentini, Hughes, carry this ahead. Try to get led there for Valentini, but Adams passes too hard. This goes back around for TJ now. 5:55 left to go here in the second. This game is still tied at dose. Settle back down the inboards now. There's a hook and hold here for Michigan. Able to get away with that a little bit as another hit sends a stick flying, and Michigan zone in and get a chance to recover there was Robertson. Robertson now trying to find the vulcanized rubber. Denver trying to hound on the forecheck. And Michigan will at least chip it out and alleviate some of the pressure. Left side red line content to dump it in as David Carl's squad. Now for Ivakovic, kicks it off the glass. This goes across the center ice. Ashcroft, who has the only goal of the second frame, sends it in. Start again now for Luca Fantilli. Off the drop pass. Michigan very calculated this time off the breakout. Slowly send it in. McKinney, look at the steal there for Jaden Perron, but he couldn't hold. And Denver looking to escape the other way. And off the lift in now. Epperson lost the puck, and Michigan almost coughs it up in their own end again. They finally do. And a back check there allows Michigan to recover there, and Tyler Duke. He's been in the penalty box a couple times. Got to keep it clean now. 0 for 2 is Denver on their power play. A long shot will be held for Hicks. 4:40 left to go on the second frame.
Jack was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's in 2018. It was like I needed to step away from the dementia world. I wanted to meet other people in the community to see where my friends are like to go. It's about the engagement. It's the conversation. It gives me an outlet to stay active and connected. And AARP has become an important part of my life.
And celebrities don't hold the menu. So tell us what you do. How about you're the golfer? Exactly. Swiss and Peppercorn Ale. Try the latest in the box.
Once we get to the end of the second, I'll give you a little bit of an NHL update as well.
On the back of his suit jacket, it said "Long live Alan Age." Don't forget about someone that was such a huge piece in your life. On the inside of the jacket, I have a bunch of pictures of kind of the journey growing up, and there's obviously a lot of pictures of him.
Chicago Steel in USHL, Michael Hayes. I was here that night hosting the drop at the Sphere in Las Vegas, an emotional night for Michael Hayes. Lost his father in a tragic swimming pool accident. The emotional hug with his mom. There he is, brought up a Canadian fan, as you can see, that love the Canadians. And he gets drafted by Montreal. And he'll be in Montreal very soon, perhaps as soon as next week. He's out there right now trying to give his team the lead. So it's huge.
Ozone draw coming. 4:40 remaining in the second frame. This game is tied at 2. TJ Hughes sent a curling shot toward the left post that goes just wide. And this will be recollected here for Michigan. They are way off sides as Shivsky was able to bring this one in. Malcolm Spence was all the way in front of the net providing a screen. 4:26 remaining. John Under with you watching this one on ESPN2. It's the site of the Frozen Four semis. We have the late game here for you in Denver and Michigan. Wisconsin's already punched their ticket with a 2-1 win over North Dakota. This will be a neutral zone draw off the tie-up. It belongs to Denver. Hage, 13 goals, 38 assists. Brandon Dorado said today he is 100% good to go. He was injured about 2 weeks ago, had 10 days of off time in rehab. Hage with a pass. Big save. Hicks, rebound opportunity. Horkov and Spence trying to slam it in. And Hicks was able to get the secondary and hold as we get another stoppage at 4:08. Michigan, couple of chances here in this second frame to maybe go up by a goal or two, but Johnny Hicks has made sure to held steadfast in the goal crease. Again, we profiled a few times already that .958 save percentage. There has been some rebounds to be had, but to be fair, Denver has done a good job outside of the one cross check that probably should have been called, keeping the front of that goal crease clean for the freshman net line. Svanka now get a chance to go ahead and take it again. This will go wide and off the end boards. Michigan try to take another chance into the right circle. And set now here for the back pass. Chizowski was the one that opened the scoring. As this is sent in toward Ivan Kovic. No problem for him. And Michigan will get organized. A couple of forwards, they're either on the breakout or taking a change. It's way away from our camera shots. Left side red line sent it in as Hicks quickly get back into the goal crease. Shot board's starting to look a little slanted in favor of Michigan, 21-15, but they conceded the only goal in the middle frame. Tyler Duke, Fantilli providing some support for a little bit of a screen there to get that pass across. And Michigan now, Will Horkov, high slot. Michigan now, there's a screen in front there for McKinney. Duke lost the pass. As it's picked up now for Michigan, have to circle it down. Duke was cut in deep, and I don't see any hands in the air. I thought Michigan could have gotten a penalty there. Fantilli will pick it back up. Luca's got it. We'll send this to the left side red line and flip it in for Hicks. He'll be careful in behind his own net. Let his defenseman get going here. Denver, it's the first time they turn it over in their own end off a goalie pass, but they'll reset now for Lorenz. Ashcroft will push this one off the one flipper. Lorenz now try to chase it into the right corner. He finishes a huge hit off of Michigan. Denver been the more physical team so far. It's been the fifth time we're able to call that in this period alone. 2:25 left to go in the second. Long shot for Hage. Will blister and hit the glass. Michigan responds with a hit of their own. as Lorenz now goes the other way off the 1-on-4. They'll get pinned against the glass, and it will allow Michigan to be able to steal here for Dakota. Reem Mullen. Reem Mullen throws a hit. Here's Barnett, slowly, intentionally wide, as Moldenhauer will throw this in behind the net now. Horkoff will lurk. Picked up for Fantilli. Near the right side boards, turnaround chance, no problem for Hicks. He throws a big paw out there, make the save. As we get a little bit of pushing and shoving, but no matter after that. 1:59 left to go in the second. Michigan ozone draw. This is a stick save here for Hicks near the left side blue line. Michigan trying to throw it across the bumper now. Here is Hage, and off the back pass. This goes here for long wrister. Too much traffic out in front, and Hicks is down. So is one of the Michigan players. They got cross-check, a little bit of friendly fire with the puck as well. But we will press on. And off the long flip, this will work out for David Carl's squad. A little bit back in behind the inboards now. Ernesi try to go ahead and locate the vulcanizer over for Michigan. We got 80 seconds left to go in this middle frame. It's been a good game. 2-2 is your score. Now to the right side. Here's a turnaround off the loop in the middle of the slot. Eludes a hit. This is sent toward the net, essentially wide. Ivan Kovic was swimming for a minute. It's down to 60 seconds now. And off the spin and turn. Excellent work there. Fisher dancing. Rister deflected. This bounces off Michigan bodies. All of a sudden, Denver dangerous in this final minute. They try to pick it up, and it gets stick chopped away from the maize and blue. They'll try to flip it up ahead now. With 40 seconds left to go in the middle frame. Drive to the net. This one goes just wide and deflected high. Michigan 22-15 on the shot board now, trying to finish strong in the last 30 seconds for both of these teams. Another forecheck there, stolen, and Michigan now will pick it up in their own zone. Crazy last minute so far as Denver's had 3 chances. They did not score. They're looking to try to take the lead. Michigan almost turns it over in their own end again. That would be the 4th time they've done so. Now this goes back into the neutral zone. Kane and Draper, they'll send it toward the net down to 5 seconds. Michigan, one more chance. If they go quickly here, that'll get deflected wide. And after 2, we're level at that same score, 2 apiece. The shot board 22-15 for Michigan, but we'll go over the third period. Again, the way this is set up here, there is no 3-on-3, and there's continuous overtime until we get a game winner, but that's only after the third. So after 40, it's time to dose, and we got a good game on our hands. Come back, we'll call the third.
What do you think makes the difference? Sort of like first really. Doing it a little harder and these other pucks up. Thank you. It's a staring contest, John Hicks. Yeah, it really is. Whole game in Denver. Colby going with Michael Hage on the Michigan bench. Michael, for starters, how's the ankle feeling? I mean, better than last week. I feel good. I was going to be out here no matter what, so feel good. What do you guys have to do to break this deadlock? I mean, just trying to keep pushing. I mean, this is a resilient group. It's a good team over there. We just gotta push and keep delivering pucks and get in front of this guy's eyes. All right, good luck in the third. Thanks. Yeah, you can hear his honesty. It's not quite 100%. I wish I had a full strength right now. With TJ Hughes of Michigan, had the lead for a while until Denver tied it. The margin for error so small with Las Vegas. I'll square after 40.
And Gucci, the biggest escapes awaits Wisconsin in the championship on Saturday, but that we won't do exactly in Major Gucci mentioned it. That one equalizing goal in period number 2 that got us all square. Let's take a look at the second highlights. So it's 2-1 Michigan until Kale Ashcroft scores. Equalizer, and guys, we're knotted at 2 with a giant third period coming.
What a great shot by Ashcroft. A great job coming into the zone, pulling up, coming in late, and then the guys on the broadcast talk about the traffic out in front of Ivan Kovic.
Ivan Kovic was up to the task here. Paul, terrific. Hicks settled down as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, if both of these guys, if they can see it, they're going to most likely stop it. Saw a goal, a great screen in front. But with these two guys are super athletic, they move side to side, track that puck so well, and then it was pretty much an easy save to find that puck. That's where he did the goal. They scored well. Find the puck. When they're seeing it, they're stopping it.
2-2 with 1 period to go. One up in the national championship game. It doesn't get any more dramatic than this. What do you think picture second period was?
I thought it was more of a Denver style game. They grind you down. They want to make you to make a mistake. I think Michigan's doing a good job of not doing that. They're making them earn everything out there. I think Michael H said it well. It's going to be a tough battle, and you got to keep pressing and keep pushing for your chances. Yeah, we were curious how Denver was going to play first time from behind. They pushed in the first 3 minutes. They got their goal, and then they went back to playing real structures. Didn't give very much up. No, nothing off of the rush, and it turned into a long period for both teams. Back and forth, the guy said, in a staring match. That's what it turned into, and Denver is dictating that.
Give it the update here after 40.
It felt like their Frozen Four was over. On the way, TJ Oshie, North Dakota legend, joins us with his thoughts on the falling short in the first Frozen Four games in a decade.
Because a product doesn't make you feel like
I looked at the schedules for the Ottawa Senators. Again, they got the Devils, the Islanders, and the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Red Wings have the Cats and the Lightning. The Cats have already been eliminated, essentially, but schedule doesn't favor them. Essentially, if they win one more, that's all they really need, and the Red Wings will be eliminated. They will miss the playoffs for a decade straight. And again, as a reminder, I'm 1 year away from the fire and brimstone. About Ian already mentioned, like I said, Alec, that they might have already had the discussion. Maybe they suggested I throw it a year in advance. I'm going to go ahead and hold myself true to that deadline. If they don't make it 26-27 season, that's when I let loose. Let's give you some scores as promised, and then I will step out for a second. The Ducks lead 2-0 on the Sharks. Sharks on life support in their attempt to make the playoffs, so not a good start for them. Kraken and Golden Knights, they're scoreless. Mammoth have a 2-0 lead on the Predators. That is also posturing for WC1 and 2 in the Western Conference. The Mammoth will put themselves in good standing with the big 2 points there. Wild and Stars, we talk about second or third in the Central. They are already going to have that matchup. This is a playoff preview. The Wild lead that at American Airlines 3-1. Jets and Blues 3-2. That is big for the Blues anyway to pick up some extra points as far as draft standing, because they have the Red Wings pick as well, and they're looking good since they traded for Justin Falk. And the Canes continue to add their assault of points in the Metro to lead that. They're up 4-1 on Hawks. Some finals for you. Penguins win 5-2 over the Devils to keep their 2 seed going. Senators get the 5-1 win over the Cats. Canadians 2-1 over the Bolts. And then the Sabres, a giant win over the Blue Jackets that crushes their playoff hopes a little bit. They're going to have to catch the Ottawa Senators. They don't pick up any points today in a 5-0 loss. Okay, we are on a commercial break, so I'm going to go ahead and grab a little bit of a snack. It's a 2-2 game, so you're going to join at the right time. This game might go to OT, though. Hopefully not, but what time are we going to be there tomorrow? Yeah, you can talk. It's not like the Sharks thing. You can definitely talk.
We have to be there at 4:45 tomorrow, so we have to leave here at 4:30.
Okay. No, that's fine, because I'll plan on at least by 2:30 or 3. But This game probably will end at 11:30, but if it goes to OT, I don't know. But I'll definitely be there in time. This game looks like it might go on, so we might have a long night.
That aspect is tough, but also a lot of heartbreak. A lot of things go into.
I got this peanut butter one.
Right away when school starts.
That's about all I got.
Your bond, you're going through the rigorous training, the Iron Man training.
We don't have to sit in here. It's a break right now.
So I should probably leave.
It's different.
No, you can do whatever you want. I'm just saying, you don't have to watch talking heads.
Guys, you're together all day long. And so when you put all that effort and all that time into something, and you come up short, it hurts.
Coach, I know you're a big proponent of Dave Jackson. You talked a lot about him last week when you were on. Just give us the report card of his first full year behind the bench at NODAP.
I think he was great. He did an unbelievable job. He did a good job before the season to come in. He met with me, a couple other guys, about the culture and kind of what we brought to the team and what we saw the culture of North Dakota being. Taking nothing away from Brad Berry, who I would go to war with, and every player that I know that played for him would go to war for him. But they needed to change. They have very high standards, as you alluded to, in North Dakota, and not getting to a Frozen Four. It's just not kind of our way or our standard. So I think Dane, if you ask him, he's probably pretty upset that they didn't win a national championship. He has held himself to high standards in his players. But I think he did a great job in year one, and what a spot to grow on from here on out.
That's a great first-person insight from a guy that's literally been there and done that. TJ, thank you very much. Johnny Hicks started a little bit up and down, but certainly has settled down since then. One period to go for one spot in the title game. We're back with third period adjustments next.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya. With rapid remission at 12 weeks and fewer bowel movements and less abdominal pain at 4 weeks. Most patients achieve remission at 1 year, and some patients visible healing of the intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Backed by over 15 years of clinical research. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Remember, getting celebrities on the road, the many.
So tell us what you do. How about the peppercorn realty offer?
It's stacked with bacon, Swiss, and peppercorn eel. Try the latest in the Blocker by You series today.
My taxes paid for these roads. Will they get back?
Straight Talk always offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers.
Straightforward. Always.
No contracts, no credit checks, no surprises, and no plan starting at just $25 a month.
Let's be honest, painting can be a pain.
This doesn't look good.
How much respect that means to
Way too much.
That's why we made Bear Dynasty, the #1 rated interior paint at the lowest price guarantee. Go with Bear, exclusively at the Home Depot.
When choosing the right gear to cut, trim, or mow your yard, Ace has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all under one roof, like Steel, Eagle, Milwaukee, Craftsman, and Toro. And with free assembly and delivery, or ready for pickup in just 15 minutes, conquering your outdoor projects has never been easier. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
This is the road to the NBA Finals, ESPN and ABC. Greatness is up for grabs, and it's all happening now. The NBA playoffs begin Saturday, April 18th on ESPN and ABC.
TJ may have left the set, but he remains as a member of the Intervention Report. Thanks to that UND super fan. All right, guys, as you take a look at the second period stats, all you need to know is we're square at 2 apiece. Oh, the key to the biggest third period both of these teams are going to play all season long.
Well, I'm sure Michigan would love that 0-0 under power plays to change, but also the one thing for them is they got to stay patient. They can't try to panic and, oh, we're not.
I was just trying to save you from the talking heads.
They got to stay patient, play the game and plan on it now, and capitalize on it. Yeah, you put bucks on that. Michigan did a good job of that. It seemed like there was a.
I don't get a lot, but there's times I've had a few hundred in here. I only got a couple right now. But what I need to do on this is put like a score bug, and I got to do all that during the off season. So when the Sharks are done in May, instead of like the bed and all that, I can have like a scoreboard and an interactive thing. I got to do that myself. I got to figure out how to do that. But yeah, no, there's only a couple people in here now. But I've had. I'm not trying to over exaggerate. Depends on. Yeah, but millions of people have this, or they'll watch it on TV because on YouTube you can't show the game. But depending on what it is, World Series and this and that, I've had a few hundred at a time. I've had like thousands of views on some, but depends on what it is. But either way, it's practice. I use it to link the game stories out. It's good to do. I just got to be careful, which I don't, but anything that I can't say publicly for my job, I can't say here because if they listen, then I get screwed. So I'm mindful of what I do. And then once this records, when it starts, then I upload it. Because this, when I hit record, I don't have all this going on right now doesn't go here. This is just the game. So I'll put on the website.
I'm gonna record eating all those meals later. No, it's okay. I'm just hungry.
Your stomach's gonna kill you.
No, it's just gonna make me fat. There's 480 calories just in this package.
Those small packets.
Why do you put that many calories in it?
Preservatives.
It's gross.
At half the price of the other guys. They are my golf product, most wanted and rave reviewed by Rick Shields.
Well, it's not like I'm gonna do it all the
If you're
time.
looking for a no-gimmicks upgrade, head to Stick Up Golf or simply great club.
Well, burning calories makes you hungry too.
Showers makes you hungry and not that much food. It's something to eat. It's all that putting product in your hair and then you gotta blow dry it.
Traditional tops and opening, 2 exterior accessory pockets, and internal organization for smaller essentials. Really good for a package, but I'll stand up to you for daily use. Grab yourself an Alpha 26 liter day pack.
They are both standing for now. Who will be standing when this one ends? This is why we love sports. What's going to happen in the third period? What will it look like? Who will be the hero? Colby Cohen, like you were in 2009. What do you think? What looks like this third period is going to be the difference? Listen, we've seen all game traffic on top of the goaltenders. We've got 2 of the best goaltenders in college hockey squaring off. Both of them undersized guys. So both of these coaching staffs have put an emphasis on bodies around the blue paint. And like we saw with Ben Dexheimer against Michigan State, like I was fortunate all the way back in 2009 when you get into these tie games.
All right, so we're going to get settled here for the start of the third period. They had a lot of camera shots in the ESPN2 profile on Johnny Hicks and the amount of traffic that he's had to deal with in front of the net. Ashcroft had the only goal of the second period for the Denver Pioneers. And now we'll see who answers, or we'll see if this game's even going to be over after 3 periods because the way that it kind of slowed down in that second as I profiled, this could be next goal wins territory at this point. Michigan did a good job on that shot board, about 13-5 in that second frame, but they couldn't solve Hicks. As this gets sent back in behind the end boards now. Denver, big hit there for Duke, and he might have got a little bit of a kneeing penalty off of reverse there. Michigan's got 2 penalties already. That would be all 3 to Tyler Duke if he's the one sent to the sin bin again. You got Trzaskowski, the opening goal scorer, and he got a trip. So Denver gets a 3rd power play, but I don't think I've ever seen this before. As this is in near the right boards, he gets a knee, takes out Trzaskowski. That's his 3rd penalty of the game. Nowhere for Trzaskowski to go near the right boards. And the Pioneers, with a 3rd opportunity for a man advantage, really can take the lead here. They get an ozone draw near the left side dot. This is drawn back by Brandon Arato's squad. And off the spin and turn. Ernesi trying to get it out. Denver steals. In the high slot now, they'll run their patient. Buckberger gets it. He will hold for the left side dot now and survey. Michigan kept in toward the middle of the circle. That's where all 4 players are. That high slot is open. Here's a one-timer. This gets deflected out in front. Michigan now trying to see this go back and behind the end boards as Denver picks it up. Buckberger's got it. He'll play crisscross as this is in the high slot now for Denver. Buckberger takes a wrister. That one goes just wide. Settle back down for Boston. He's got it again. Picked up for Caswell. Right side slap pass. That one goes just wide. And Michigan will see this one go outside of the zone. Off the own best of Denver is Johnny Hicks. The fabulous freshman netminder will set this one back for Polkamp. He'll be Baker Award winner probably. As this will get settled back down right across the left side wing. Play this off the back pass. And this bounces off the left boards. Michigan trying to pry it loose. High slot now. Ripper up high. Hits Ivan Kovic's stick. Denver looking dangerous, having it in the high slot. 40 seconds left to go on the power play. Now their shot. There's a hand-eye deflection that goes off the post. As it's picked up now for Buckberger. One more off the one-timer. Denver just unloading vulcanized rubber at Ivan Kovic, and the puck goes out. Michigan able to mercifully get a change as Denver's power plays down at 20 seconds. Waldenhauer have to go ahead and find it now as Denver and Polkamp will get things started. Picked up now, right across the middle of the circles, and sent back and looped around Ivan Kovic's net. Michigan's going to go 3 for 3 on the penalty kill, but that one looked very dangerous for the Pioneers. Again, we're watching this one on ESPN2, T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. I was there in 2020 before COVID. It was a lot of fun. Picked up now for Adam Valentini. I'll look this in across the left side red line. Hicks will brush it away. 17-15 left to go in a tie game at 2. Winner's going to get the Wisconsin Badgers on Saturday. Waldenhauer will peel back instead as the last line of defense for Michigan. Reverse hitter, Nessie gets knocked out on his wallet. A lot of these guys have been drafted in the NHL for these 2 blue blood programs. Here is Fantilli. He misses it high. Luca will watch this one go back down the ice. 16:50 left to go in the third. Cross ice pass. Michigan looks to get settled right to left. They are in the maize and blue. Denver in the all red jerseys will be attacking left to right in this third period. Tied up there for Tyler Duke, who's got to stay out of the box. Again, he's got all 3 penalties. He is on his back skate now off the camera shot. Horkov steals. This is picked up there for a moment off the stick lift for Michigan, but Denver gets it out. David Carl's squad has to go right back on defense. Good inside-out move for Michael Hage, but his drop pass goes nowhere. And Denver will go ahead and recollect to the left side. Hage steals. Perron! Backhand! Oh, the net is knocked off its moorings. Hicks was right there to make the save. Hopefully he's okay and pops back up. Hicks is down. This does not look good. I think they're going to have to maybe get the stretcher. I haven't seen Hicks move. David Carl looking up there off the camera shots. Now our attention goes to the netminder if he's okay. Violent collision as Perron was going to the net. and I have not seen any other shots. Hicks now moving and talking to the trainer, so that's good at least, but I could say he was down for what, a full 20, 25 seconds? Now he's shaking things out here, and I think the freshman netminder looks to be okay. As they are going through some of the sight lines there and checking his eyes. Man, that was a really violent collision, but he is okay. Now the backup netminder, I do have this in my notes while we get a little bit of a stoppage to attend to Hicks. But we pull back up in the goaltending matchup. That would be Quentin Miller. He was the backup after an injury. Spence, he got pushed in the net by Jamison, and as he got pushed in the net, it ran over Hicks. That was a violent collision. But really, I don't think Spence could get out of the way, it doesn't seem like. He got pushed in by Jamison, and Hicks had nowhere to go. That's just an unfortunate situation. Yeah, that was pretty violent. I'm just going to save my voice for these camera shots.
Just by the reaction of David Carl and his staff right now, they're not barking for a penalty. They're not looking for anything. I don't think that they're even considering throwing a challenge. Because I wouldn't, Jack. Sometimes these college coaches know they just lose the timeout and go wrong, so they do it anyway. But to me, the officials got this right.
I agree with you, Kobe. I wouldn't run a challenge here. I don't think it would go in their favor.
Most importantly, Hicks seems like he's okay with good shot that is. What happened? He's on his feet.
Now remember here, Malcolm Spence, this is not a small guy either.
With power forward here, major second-round pick.
So we got our stoppage there. Hicks looks to be okay, and we're going to get set to play hockey one more time. David Carl was looking up at the big board. He knows his defenseman Jamison had a little bit of an aid there for Hicks to get run over by Spence, so there was no challenge and no penalty against Michigan. Really, they've had the 3 penalties against them. You'd have to think that they're going to get 1 in this game, although Denver's done a good job of not committing any useless infractions. Again, the winner is going to get Wisconsin on Saturday, about a 5:45 start. Robertson will throw this one ahead as it's Fantilli now into a corner, but Denver will steal. Jerseys in red have done a good job in this game. It's been pretty fun all the way across. Ashcroft, the only goal of the second. That's why we're still tied at 2. Here's a spin and turn for Shuck. And Michigan's forwards will look to get organized here. Tyler Duke will be open across the right side if they want to go back to him. So Shuck will get off the ice. Watching this one on ESPN2, about 5 minutes have expired from the third. We're still tied at that same score. Sent back around now for Hicks. They'll make a back pass. Denver trying to get open in their own end. Keenan Draper out there as well as this is looped in the corner. Ivan Kovic will watch this one go behind the net, and we're going to get a penalty call. Garrett Shifsky got tied up a little bit with somebody. I didn't see what that call was on, but we're going to get it in a moment. I think Michigan probably going to get another one. I see Denver has a player with a helmet off, but that was away from the camera shots. And indeed, Michigan going to get another one. That's Garrett Shifsky. That's the 4th penalty of Michigan. Denver doesn't have one yet, and that's boarding. Let's head to glass against Sam Harris. If they come back, we'll call more. Michigan's going to have another penalty to kill.
With Fairlife Chocolate Ultra Filtered Milk, you'll savor every chocolate sip. With 50% more protein, 50% less sugar. It's irresistible. Fairlife.
You don't have to sit in silence. So, but yeah, I don't know what you expected.
I hope that goalie's okay.
Oh, I think he is now, because they were doing this to check the eyes and everything else. But pretty much this is what I have to do, and then write a story. But I'm not going to be writing a story because I got to go out with you tomorrow. It'll be small,
Mhm.
but it's the practice. It's just riding a bike. Really.
Practice
For everything, for sharps, keep sharp, keep the voice warm.
It's good you do this practice.
Yeah, you got to do it a lot because I've had, it's a third period now. I've had NHL games going to 4 overtimes. It's 7 periods. It's 2 games. I've had to call the whole game by myself, and by the end of it, I felt like I was in the desert. But that's why you try to get reps. And cough drops. Can't do that. Ooh. They got the camera shot there. Come back from the break. Sam Harris, he got bloodied up on that hit from Shipsky. That's what the cage mask going into his face as he got hit into the glass. That was not a pretty sight. McKinney now trying to get this tie up here. But we'll have to do the draw one more time. I find it very hard to believe, ladies and gentlemen, that Denver's going to go 0 for 4 on the power play. And Michigan's been dealing with that fire tightrope. They've got to be able to kill another one. As this is sent behind the inboards again. And now we'll get a chance to start here for Buckberger. As we'll get this one back from the point. On the high slot now, play crisscross a few times. Kept on the outside here as Michigan will loop it. Not out though. Boston Buckberger one more time. Settle it back down in the left side dot. Cross ice feed goes between his legs. They'll get a chance to recollect across the right bumper looking for Tchaikovsky who will open the goal scoring. This has been a really good game. It's been pretty physical between these two. Boston Buckberger now. Tchaikovsky goes back to Boston. High slot looking for a lane to shoot still as 35 seconds have expired. Staying very patient as David Carl's squad. Here comes the bomb. Sacrificial block there for Michigan. Throw this one down to Johnny Hicks. Freshman goaltender will get a chance to play it again. And the power play for the 4th time has gone down in the final minute. Still a 2-2 contest. John, I'm your play-by-play man. Watching this one on ESPN2 and T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Keenan Draper. He's trying to do some hounding there on the penalty kill. That's some excellent work. But the jerseys in red. We'll get this across the left side red line, safely do so. Sent back around now. Not sure if Sam Harris is back on that power play line or taking that hit to the face. Have to watch for number 19 if we see one. And off the stick lift, Michigan expertly gets it off the glass, and the zebra ducks out of the way of the clearing attempt as that one goes down. So Harris gets his camera shots now. Probably got some cold toward the right side of that eyebrow to make sure it doesn't bleed anymore. That's all he can do at this point because he's got to get back out of there or they'll be down forward. Tyler Duke. He'll try to find 3 Michigan players pressed up against the glass. Fantilli. This will go down the ice. Michigan 4 for 4 on the penalty kill, and we get another whistle away from the play. I wonder what the heck this is. 12:54. Unless that was just a hand pass. I think that's what we got, no penalty. Ouch. Maybe those ones hurt.
Aren't they wearing protective gear though?
The puck, like if it hits you in the skate, it hurts, but up here, you get a little protection, but the pucks go about 90 miles an hour. So imagine 90 mile an hour going at your leg. That hurts.
That would hurt.
Picked up off the back pass now. And David Carl's squad finds an entry. He's sent around now, just wide of the cage of Jack Ivankovic. And Michigan slowly try to break across the inboards. Again, 0 for 4 is Denver on the power play. Michigan doesn't have one yet, as this is iced against the Pioneers. That's pretty quick stitches already. Ozone draw for Michigan on the left circle. And off the tie-out, this is expertly hand-eyed out of the air, but this will force Michigan to neutral. Will Horkov make the initial pass? And Brandon Murado's squad will send it in. 12-10 left to go in a tie game. Winner is going to get Wisconsin on Saturday. If Michigan wins, it'll be an all Big Ten final to decide who wins it all. Denver, their last meeting against Michigan was in 2022 when they won the Frozen Four game 3-2 in OT. In the same scenario, they could be getting the same darn scoreline. As this is sending behind the end boards now. Hicks will watch this near the left side, but this will catapult away as Michigan will make some changes. Johnny Hicks will stop it behind his net. Again, the freshman netminder has not lost in regulation since taking over. He's 14-0-1, and that's what Michigan's having to face right now. He's only given up 3 goals one time since taking over for the Pioneers. Toward the left side red line, this will be sent in by Michigan one more time. They have to hunt the puck. Michael Hage out there, Shipsky trying to find it as well as this goes toward the left side. Tyler Duke, get it back. Clapper, this one bounced, a little friendly fire off of Michigan as Hage will chase it into the corner. Picked up now for the Pioneers, and off the rush, it's Hagen Burrows. Lost the puck, and Denver's offsides. 10:56, we get a stoppage. That's one of the biggest hits I've seen in college hockey. Yeah, you don't normally see goalies get run over, and you don't normally see blood all over the ice. Hits are 19-17 in favor of Michigan. A lot of those have picked up from the second. Keenan Draper, his pass goes intentionally wide off the backboards. Nick Moldenhauer will chase in the corner. Draper finishes his collision. Still onside are the Wolverines as they'll hunt the puck in behind the net. Draper not giving up on the play. 10:30 left to go. We're almost halfway through the third. And again, this is going to be continuous until we get a goal for the site of the final on Saturday. That is what's awaiting for us on this Thursday night, the late second game. Glad you could join us. Sent back down the ice, and this will be blown dead against the Pioneers. An ozone draw coming as Asher Barnett will touch. Looks like he's bleeding again, Sam Harris. But he got some camera shots. Did he take a secondary hit toward that right side boards? Maybe Keenan Draper was getting a little extra. But when we got that second look, he's got to go back into the dressing room. It looks like his stitches reopened. So we just got that a couple minutes ago when he was black and blue toward the right side of his eyebrow. And now it's all red again. So 5-2, a little bit of leakage there for Harris. So it looks like Denver's going to be a forward short, at least for a few minutes, as we get an overhead shot. Michigan loops in behind the inboards now. This will be Jordan Spence trying to find it. It's loose out in front, but a good stick in the lane knocks it away. Polkamp will get this one out. Again, he's a Hobie Baker finalist. He's the best defenseman in college hockey. 9:50 left to go here in the third. Moldenhauer off the lead. He works toward the net. Hage with the ripper. Moldenhauer's there. Stuff it in. Oh, and a late hit after. That's got to be a penalty there. Ray Mullen got bulldozed. Michigan's got to get a power play out of this, you would think. 9:46 left to go in the third. It certainly looks like they're going to get their first. Jamison going to go to the box. I want to see the camera shots to see if that's going to be a little bit needless. A cross check is the call. So Reed Mullen's there. And what did he actually get hit in the face, or did he sell it? Because I don't think you're going to sell too much in college hockey, especially with the mask. He's trying to knock it away. That's definitely a cross check. So Jamison's in the box for that. And Michigan's got their first power play of the game at 9:46 of the third. We'll step aside.
So did they score or no?
No, they didn't score, but
I was like, where the hell is the puck?
yeah, the guy on Denver hit the Michigan guy in the face. So there's going to be a power play. That means they get an extra guy. Yeah, the puck was close.
Like, touch his face so he couldn't score.
Yeah, he hit him toward the face, so he couldn't score.
Oh.
You can't do that. That's illegal. Yeah. When you watch enough of these games with me, or even with the Shark stuff, if you keep going, you'll start tracking the puck pretty well, and you'll be an expert. I promise you.
Okay.
It just comes with
Because
practice.
it's easier to see the basketball because it's bigger.
Yeah, it's just one basketball that's orange compared to a black puck and 10 different players.
Mm.
That commercial will be really annoying if they play that one. So how about this for Michigan? It's their first power play. They lead the nation in percentage at 31.6. If you think about that in NHL perspective, for Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl of Edmonton, you're lucky if you get past 28, 29%. And these guys are over 31. So this might be the golden opportunity to maybe not win the game, but certainly take the lead at 9:46. Again, Hage, a lot of those ones, let me look back in my notes as well as we're getting set for the draw. But if we scroll up here, Will Horkov, the trigger man, with 11 power play goals. Valentini, 6. TJ Hughes, 5. Jaden Perron, 6. So lots of danger for Denver to have to deal with on a power play attempt for Michigan. Here they go. 9:25 left to go in the third. As Hughes will send this one back. There's Hage now. Right side slapper fan on the 1T was Horkov. Play at the net, though, as this is recollected by the Maize and Blue. Keep it in toward the high slot near the right boards. Walk in toward the right side red line now. Horkov escapes it across the wall. Michigan's pass attempt. Try to get set up there for Spence. They're really pinching across the bumper. One in the 1T north that scores! Michigan takes the lead. It's Perron. 3-2 on the power play.
That's what you get for hitting somebody in the face.
Absolutely, Lauren.
Colorado sucks.
Perron dangles a little bit past Reeder when I'm looking at this shot. And wow, that was a heck of a wrister from the top of the slot. He actually caught the right post past Hicks. And I think Buckberger might have provided the screen, made it where he couldn't see. And as we said for Hicks, it's only the second game in which the freshman has given up 3 goals in the same meeting. Again, 15-0-1 as far as his tenure back in front of the net. He's never lost in regulation in his career. 18th goal of the season there for Jaden Perron. And Michigan's got the lead now. 8:30 left to go in the third. Can this hockey program do the same thing the basketball program did on a Monday night after the weekend on Saturday? But Denver's got tons of time left. This is something to think about. We've never had, and this is a note of reference, a basketball collegiate team and a hockey collegiate team win in the same week. It's never happened before, and Michigan trying to do it. Here's another look. That's a great move, but I don't even think Hicks could ever track the puck. He was screened partially by his own guy. It was a shot from way out near the left side blue line, and Michigan gets one power play opportunity, and they score on it. Denver's 0 for 4. Here's another chance off the long look. Hick cancels it out with the left side pad. Michigan still with it on the overhead as they circle it back and behind the inboards. 8 minutes left to go. If this scoreline holds, Michigan will reach the final on Saturday. But a 5:30 start, another chance gets deflected, and the referees lost sight of the puck, and so did I. 7:52 left to go in the third. Well, if Michigan wins, I guess you can watch this game with me late in the third period. It'll be a little bit earlier, about 7:45 probably at that point. By the time the third period starts.
Saturday?
Yeah, because the game starts at 5:45, but if you watch in the third period, it'll probably about 7:30.
Okay.
7:35 left to go in the third, as this is a big hit there. Spence has to take one. Denver's got a press. They got about 3.5 minutes, really 4.5 minutes before they need to do so, but they're not used to playing from behind, but it is only a 1-goal deficit. It's been back and forth. Long chance wide of Ivan Kovic. He has been very strong again. The Michigan netminder played for Team Canada in the World Juniors when I covered that in January. Now he's got an opportunity to win a national championship if he can hold here to get to Saturday. 7 minutes left to go. Denver Pioneers are an exceptional hockey team like Michigan. They've won 10 national titles in program history. Michigan has 9. So this really is a battle of juggernauts. Picked up toward the right side boards. Workoff as this is stopped by Hicks. Picked up now off the back pass. Michigan trying to steal. And an excellent back pressure there for Michael Hage. This kills some time as Asher Barnett will loop it into the corner. A little bit too far there for Hage. Michigan steals. Rister hits Hicks up high. Rebound opportunity. Start this one again now. Spin and turn for Horkov. Michigan just getting away from Garrett Shifsky there as this goes down. The ice shot board really starting to get slanted. 26-17. The one thing at the beginning of this game, as we mentioned, Michigan had a hard time getting it out of their own zone, which created one of the early goals there for Denver. But it's been cleaned up in this third. But hopefully I don't have to put foot in certain mouth at this point. I'd like to see Maize and Blue move on here if they can. Tyler Duke. Got to make the smart play here. 5:50 left to go in the third. Adam Valentini will loop this into the corner. Here's a turnaround. This shot gets blocked before it ever hit Hicks, and a big hit. Michigan able to stay on their feet. Robertson, they'll go back. He doesn't want to give up any breakaways here. We'll steal this toward the left side blue line. This will be sent in here for Adam Valentini. He'll take his change for Brandon Morato's squad. 5:30 left to go here in this third. Jaden Perron has just given Michigan the lead. Denver's iced it. That guy's back out there again. Sam Harris. He got cut. It's the guy you saw got cut. He was bleeding. He's back up there again. He must have got stitches twice. All right, we're in for a good finish here, everybody. We got a few people in here, so I'm happy about that. 5:28 left to go in the third. And off the tie-up, Denver escapes and put this one into the O-zone. Have to chip and chase now. A little bit of avoidance of a hit there for Michigan. Nick Moldenhauer push this one ahead. Now for Dakota Reem Mullen on his backhand. Send him behind the inboards for Moldenhauer. Try to give Chase good step up there. Ernest had a steal for a moment. As we're down to the final 5 of the third. Denver's down a goal. This will be sent back down away from Jordan Spence. Asher Barnett will loop it in the corner. And Michigan now, I don't think they're going to be too content to go ahead and play offense, but you can't park the bus just yet. It's too early. You got a couple more minutes before that. Here's a rush now for Denver. It's a good-looking play if they can get it at the net, but that was too far for Reeder. Reeder now. And at the point, they can't hold it in. They'll have to escape into the neutral zone now. 4:30 left to go in the third as we're starting to count down those minutes and seconds. This is played in off the inboards. Reeder with an inside-out move. He does not draw a penalty, but able to get some more elongated puck possession. Polkamp off the hook and hold. He will watch. This goes back to him, but Hage will get it out first. This will be put up in the air. 4:05 left to go in the third. Reeder try to find the entry now. He'll step through and send it back in behind the inboards again. Michigan trying to hold on to a 3-2 lead as Jaden Perron had given them the go-ahead in this period. Casewell, as players are underneath the puck right now, they continue to battle for it now. Denver keeping it across the right side boards in tight. Michigan chips it off the glass. 3:35 left to go in the third. Winner gets Wisconsin on Saturday. Michigan steals. Robertson fumbles the puck, but Michigan's got it. Maize and Blue Did not gain the red line, but no matter, Hicks going to touch anyway. Have to start again. Pick this one up here for Garrett Brown. Michigan tries to steal, but they were off. 3:21 left to go in the game. Get a little excited, but I'm starting to feel butterflies.
I know, because it's down the last.
It's down, just like the basketball team.
Yeah, I know.
I know they got to win one more, but
Then they gotta go into overtime.
I don't know. Please don't say that. I don't want to count my chickens too early here because Wisconsin can win the game Saturday. But in my opinion, this game is the harder game than Michigan's game Saturday.
Really?
Denver's really, really good.
Okay.
So if Michigan gets past this, they probably 75% win Saturday. It's kind of like the basketball game the other day when we were over for Easter when they played against Arizona. If they beat Arizona, they'll probably beat UConn. They did.
Yeah.
So if this Michigan team gets past Denver, they probably can beat Wisconsin. It'd be cool.
Right. It's that.
I don't think Austin would be very happy if Michigan wins 2 titles in the same week.
Yeah, they're already going to switch schools now. I wonder if he went to Michigan State.
He did. Everyone that goes to those schools, it's your other school's your rival. You can't root for them.
Right. Oh, yeah, of course.
Just like me, if
Central Michigan doesn't play in sports, do they?
Central, Western, they all do. Western Michigan won the title last year in hockey. They're pretty good.
Central Michigan never won
What?
anything,
No,
or
I don't know about Central. I know Western did, but they're all in different divisions.
What are they playing?
They got cowbells. That's the Michigan student section, probably. So they're talking about it right now as far as the freshman netminder, and we'll see if Johnny Hicks will leave the goal crease as soon as Denver gets puck possession. Again, Denver down a goal, and they need something. They're going to want that extra attacker. Michigan, they need to lock this down in the last 3 minutes and 15 seconds to move on to Saturday. Sent in. Ivan Kovic will work as he's on the butterfly near the left side post. Denver's got it. High slot. Here is a pass across, deflected. Ivan Kovic makes the save. It's not out. This is sent near the left side red line now. One-timer. That one hummed the glass. Settle back down for Denver. This is go time now, and you know it's going to be full bore to try to finish it off. The one power play Michigan got. They scored on, and Denver scores! It's a weird angle. Casewell. It's 3-3. You knew that they had to go for it there. All sorts of traffic in front of Ivan Kovic. And it's a tie game. I want to see who it bounced off. I bet it bounced off one of the Michigan players. Casewell taking away the sight lines. And as this is near the left boards, that bounced. It hit somebody. It bounced off. Wow, it bounced off Casewell's stick and went over Ivan Kovic's head from Brown. A double deflection beats him as the goalie was in the butterfly. No chance. Ivan Kovic can't see the puck. He's not going to be able to make that save. I bet he even barely saw it whiz by his ear. It's tied at 3. So we might be going to OT. I said that going into this third, but man, that's a late goal to give up there. And now Denver doesn't have to press, and neither does Michigan here. They got the one power play to Michigan. They scored on it from Jaden Perron, but Casewell answers as it's a 3-3 game. This looped over a couple of Michigan players here, but they'll steal. 2:15 left to go in this third. If not, we're going to need OT. Chance in front. Great save, Hicks. It's loose, And Michigan now trying to find it on the right side. Robertson, he's got it. He shoots, and that one goes just wide as it's picked up now for Ernest. Looking on the inboards, Draper fans on it. Hicks has it. 1:56 left to go in the third. We have a whale of a hockey game in front of us. We knew that between these two teams. And Wisconsin just wants to hope that this game goes as late as possible, so everybody's going to be tired on Saturday. That's all they're thinking at this point. Jordan Spence a little bit upset with himself, I guess, that he didn't score. That was a good drive. It was kept on the outside, and then Draper couldn't get a stick there because the Denver defense was right in front. He then tried to provide a screen just after, but that got knocked away. $1:50 left to go in regulation, and we might need OT between these two. Probably what we expected. I was expecting maybe 11:30 end time in the East, but it might need more because we're going to need a break after this if we go to OT. Horkoff plays this one off his skates, long wrister. Hicks makes the save as it's picked up now for Horkoff. Back out in front, and this one bounced off of Denver, picked up by Hicks. And a helmet gets knocked loose for Sam Harris. I got to tell you, he's in the wrong spot at the wrong time. He already had to get stitches twice, and then almost got his helmet knocked off by Garrett Shipsky play in front of the net. TJ Hughes threw it out, and that one just saved by the right pad of Johnny Hicks. It'll be another draw here. 31-18 on the shot board, so nothing wrong with Michigan's done there. Cole McKinney has won his 14th faceoff out of 18. Jaden Perron, he was the one that gave Michigan the go-ahead. Casewell tied it. He has it for a moment. $1:18 left to go in this third. Big hit away from the play as this puck is offsides. And we'll do it again.
So close.
I think Denver's going to win now. Honestly, that kind of scares me. They're playing well, but this team's good. I don't know how good they'll be if they play like this against Wisconsin. We've got to have more shots. 1:05 left to go here in the third. As this is a rolling puck. Settle back down now here for Michigan and off the steal. See if they're going to go for it here on this last couple of rushes or play for OT, but you don't want to cough the puck up. That's what Michigan did there. Work toward the right side boards, and now you got to make sure you don't give up any penalties as this is settled back down off the long flip. Got to get back on side of the Pioneers as Tyler Duke has it. 35 seconds left to go here in this third. Casewell has tied it off of Jaden Perron's goal for Michigan, and that is why we're sitting in possible OT territory. Send behind the inboards as Spence takes a hit. It's not out. Denver's got it now on their own end off the pin. Michigan trying to find it across the right side glass. This goes back at the point for Polkamp. His wrister deflected. Michigan just gets it across the blue line safely. They'll hunt for the puck. As this goes to an open corner, it certainly looks like we're going to OT now. Denver will play for it. We're going to need more time. We're tied at 3 after 3. And once we go to OT, it's going to be sudden death until we get a winner. We'll talk soon.
I hate overtime.
Overtime's just going to make your heartbeat go faster. Yep. Get your drink, get your snack.
How do you describe the resolve from the piles that we saw in the third period? No, it's great. It's a great way to compete. Whenever I have it, so we just got to keep working and keep making sure we do what we can.
Colby, here with the Michigan goal scorer, Jaden Perron, you finally get that power play, right? And that shot, it just seems so methodical. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of different options that we have on our power play. I mean, I saw the lane and I took it, and yeah, it was a good goal against well.
3-3 going into overtime, and the winner go home situation. I mean, this is why you go to Michigan, right? What is the excitement going to be like here to start overtime?
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, we're one shot away to get to the fucking game, and yeah, we're just gonna keep it over.
You think you got the winner in here?
I hope it's any one of us.
All right, good luck in overtime. Thank you.
Coaching, that's right, Kobe. Someone's going to score a goal. They will remember for the rest of their lives. It's going to happen here on ESPN2. Who will it be? We'll find out soon.
Gucci, you are correct, because we're eventually going to be down to 2 teams on ESPN2 by the end of the night, with Wisconsin awaiting the winner in the championship. So the question, of course, will be, who will that team be? We are headed to
How long do we got until they come back?
You got another 15.
What do you see in the third?
I'm gonna go take a gas pill because I've got really bad gas right now.
Kind of going back and forth, no we want to make a mistake, but then Michigan finally gets that power play that everyone was waiting to see. And what, it take 25 seconds? And a sweet shot there from but then, you know, how do you react after that? I thought it was even, but then they slowly kind of went back into the shell a little bit, and Denver drove up to that. Good things happened.
This game deserves overtime. It really was a masterpiece. Back and forth, both ways, both teams. Michigan getting the lead on the power play. We were waiting for it. Did not disappoint that number one power play. Denver's going to want to stay out of the box here in overtime, no question about that. But we also saw the best of them in that they never give up. They're never out of games. They always find a way. They got down and then they pushed, like they did at the start of the second period when they were down in the first period. They pushed again and got their goal. So we saw the best of both teams in that third period, and that's why we're going overtime.
For a spot in the championship Saturday. So how did we get here in a game they're going to be talking about for a long time? Let's run you through it. No score. Early on, Kuzowski is going to light it to make it 1-0 Denver.
Turnover right there, veteran defenseman Luca Fantilli kind of lost his balance. I think he got his pass was off a bit, and then Kuzowski takes advantage.
Suddenly, it's all one apiece, and somebody finally puts it past Hicks.
Courtesy Florida Rocket finds that puck out of the face-off and rips it high glove, as that's a bit of a theme tonight.
TJ Hughes, what a weekend it could be for him.
I mean, again, another 2-goal quick play under a minute for Michigan to kind of swing the game back in their favor.
No doubt. Here comes Ashcroft.
All right, we're going to go to the third intermission before OT. I'm going to give you an update.
Ivan Kovic was up to the task point.
Yeah, look, if he saw it, he was stopping it. I think that's kind of been the theme both sides.
I'm really not realize. I want to
but the goalies have played
go upstairs and do my hair.
Okay.
Razor on cue from what Paul said. Hicks settled
No question. He's been, like we said, he has lost. Yes, now another overtime game where he gave up the 3 goals. Big save here. I didn't know if he was going to get up from this one. That was a heck of a crash. I think the guys talked through, no goalie interference. Everyone did a great job on the ice. Everyone did a great job. Jax Colby Butchie explaining it. Just a hard play going to the net. Fortunately for Hicks, he can get up.
Under 10 to go in the third. Hicks is going to be there again.
Yeah, really nice save, and then kept the rebound here because Wolverines were crashing in. But as you see, power play finally happened for Wolverines.
Take her on with the answer and to put him ahead for the moment.
Yeah, that's all about that flash screen out in front of the net. Colby's circled Mr. Spence. He's out in front. He gets out of the way. Hicks can't see it. And we've got a hockey game 3-2. You think that might be the end with Denver?
Not at all, Paul, because we're going to overtime thanks to that from Caswell.
Caswell's having a great game, having a great tournament. Great job of kind of just bending off the defender and chipping it high.
Unbelievable. Next goal to decide who goes to the national championship game. As you take a look at the numbers in regulation, Denver there, nothing on the power play.
No, that's been their downfall, the special teams. And we knew Michigan had the advantage in special teams. They took advantage of those special teams in 60 minutes. Now you wonder if the whistles got put away or is Michigan going to have an opportunity to take advantage again.
Well, coming up after the break, we'll get the answer to just what Razor mentioned, the X factors in OT. team for a chance to hoist the trophy on Saturday. Giant stakes. What might provide the difference? We'll tell you next.
Just step aside, I'll be right back.
You share the photo? Okay. Oh, that turned out great, man. Yeah, AT&T gave me the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra on them. No expensive plan, no annoying boyfriend either. Gone. Bye. Come on, girl. Right. Share it. There you go. You should give him a chance. I should have given boarding school a chance.
Get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra on us with eligible trade-in, any condition. Most expensive plan not required.
Knock, knock, Capital One Bank app. I've been moved into the neighborhood. I'm Mark Wi-Fi. That's what the Capital One Cafe is here for. Open 7 days a week at most locations. Oh, can I use your ATM? Anything for an answer. What's the roll on?
You gesture, the world responds. Any car that doesn't offer that sense of control is a car that stops short of amazing.
Another day. Same pain, same meds, same struggling for symptom relief. Injections like Humira and Enbrel work similarly to treat moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. But if your symptoms haven't improved enough, Rinvoq works differently. It's a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve RA and PSA joint pain, sickness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. Even after 3 years, many people felt this relief. In PSA, Rinvoq can leave skin noticeably clearer.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood cancers, and fatal cancers, including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoke, or pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Do something different. Ask your doctor if switching to Rinvoq is right for you.
It's time, soon enough, for the Bucci Overtime Challenge with Bucci on the call there in Las Vegas with some gigantic stakes. So I guess maybe we should have seen this coming. For the Denver Pioneers, in their last 5 Frozen Four semifinals, there's been one constant: extra hockey, overtime. In one case, double OT. It's been a mixed bag with regards to results. But if you guessed extra hockey coming would give you at this stage, history is again repeating itself. Let's talk about X factors for this could be one of the biggest games a lot of these guys will ever play in their careers. Some will go on to the NHL, but in this time, in this moment, the X factors for OT for you are.
Man, Denver's experience. They played in overtime last year in the Frozen Four and lost to Western, the eventual winner. But the X factor is that they have most of their players have a ton of experience in this Frozen Four. Well, and for Michigan, it's the fact that they've outplayed Denver to this point, offensively anyways. They haven't been able to hold them off, and Denver's been able to push back when they got the lead, but they've been able to get the lead. Denver hasn't had a lead in this game since that first goal, so that's where, for Michigan, they have to feel good about their game.
If you're Dorado, Carl, take me inside. Why don't you take Carl, take Dorado? What are you saying to your guys right now? Just take us inside.
Dick Carlson's a big guy's been here, done that. Don't make the big mistake and then pounce on your opportunity. We have one goal to get to the national championships. We would have taken think of all the work we've done since September, since you enrolled in school. We would have done anything to be in this moment at this time. Let's take advantage of it and enjoy the opportunity.
All right, so it is one goal to further advance the goal, which is to win the whole thing on Saturday with Wisconsin awaiting. Jaden Perron thought maybe, just maybe, this was going to be the game-winning goal, but instead Denver equalizes, ties it at 3. We're headed to overtime for a spot in the championship. We're back to wrap up the overtime intermission report right after this.
Another day. Same pain, same meds, same struggling for symptom relief. Injections like Humira and Enbrel work similarly to treat moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. But if your symptoms haven't improved enough, Rinvoq works differently. It's a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve RA and PSA, joint pain, stiffness, and swelling, as fast as 2 weeks for some. Even after 3 years, many people felt this relief. In PSA, Rinvoq can leave skin noticeably clearer.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. See the event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoke, or pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Do something different. Ask your doctor if switching to Rinvoq is right for you.
Cuts inside, controls past one defender. He's heading towards the box. He shoots!
And my heart beats so that I can hardly speak. We're out together,
I'm back! Pregame to star power everywhere. An NHL triple header begins Saturday on ABC and the ESPN app.
So, Ken will put it in overtime. While we're here, Bucci OT Challenge, guys, who do we have? Give me some names.
I got Kieran Setrian, and I got Kieran Shifsky. Double B, Boston Buckburger, and then Will Horkoff for Michigan.
All right, chime in on Twitter. Hockey fans everywhere. Loving it, watching it. Back to Vegas for OT after this.
The 6 full-size fashions. A car that doesn't let me everyone experience. It's a car that stops short of amazing.
My tax is paid for your Will I get back? Goes to the family. Straight Talk always offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers. Straightforward, always.
No contracts, no credit checks, no surprises, and no plans starting at just $25 a month.
4 a.m. is flagship. Not about the hour. It's the discipline that makes safety a priority, no matter what.
The LB Walking is the Alpha 26-liter payback. It's built with versatility in mind, which makes it great for commutes and travel, to school, hiking, and more. The exterior of the pack features a traditional top-zip opening, 2 exterior accessory pockets, and a luggage pass-through strap on the back. As for the interior of the pack, there's a large main compartment for the bulky computer, a sleeve that fits laptops, another sleeve that fits tablets, and internal organization for smaller essentials. If you're looking for a well-rounded pack that'll stand up to use for daily use, then grab yourself an Alpha 26-liter payback.
Welcome to the future of entertainment. No less.
It's 35 seconds away. Denver, Michigan. We've been here before at the Frozen Four in overtime. It was Boston in 2022 with Carter Savoy from Rocky Creek was the hero in overtime. That set that star-studded Michigan team happy. The next night, Savoy would play his final game as the member of the Denver Pioneers and win a national championship. He's playing professional hockey now. How did we get here in the third period? Well, we finally saw that lethal Michigan power play. Jaden Farad hit the wrister, and in the dying minutes of the hockey game, it's the freshman, Clark Caswell, with a perfect little deflection with that lower hand on a pass from upperclassman Garrett Brown. And where else would we be when these two teams get together, Butchie?
All right, let me know who you got as far as your OT winners. Throw that in the comment box. I'm going to go ahead for the Denver Pioneers because he's been all around it. and he's been beat up a couple of times with some of the injuries as far as the stitches. Give me Sam Harris for Denver. Give me Michael Hage for Michigan. So let's get underway here. Keenan Draper will win this one straight back. The next goal wins, and whoever moves on is going to play Wisconsin on Saturday. That is what's at stake here. So I'll pull back up my rosters here and let's go. 1940 left in the OT. Should we need it all, we will keep going until we get one. All the way up until Saturday night. Don't know how much longer I'll last, but probably at least a couple more OTs I can safely do before I need to call reinforcements. I know it was an early game for Alec Nava. He did the Red Wings game, so he's already called one. Here's a chance. Buckberger will take his shot. This one gets deflected. Ivan Kovic makes the save, as this will be sent back down. Michigan has to do some more work out of their own end. David Carl's squad to quickly try and attack as this OT really just getting underway. Buckberger makes the pass across. Wide open to walk in is Denver, but this is picked up toward the left side red line now. And Michigan still trying to get away from some of that pressure. They lead the shot board 31-19, but Denver at times they own the first. The third period didn't have a lot of shots on goal, and the one penalty that Denver had taken ended up in the back of the net. But Casewell is the reason why we're still playing, and the Pioneers are still alive as we get a icing against Michigan.
Timeout. Coaches are given timeouts. A new one in overtime. They don't compound, so it's not like you have to if you didn't use it during the game. But he's got tired players on the ice, and he just wants to make sure everybody.
Brandon Arado, this is interesting. Players just came out of the room. We started OT. It's 18:51 left to go, and so a minute 9 have expired, and Arado's already elected to use his timeout. That could be a very interesting decision down the line should they continue to pressure, and then if Denver need one, they'll have one. It's pretty early to do so, in my opinion, but you have to know if your guys are gassed on the ice, and you need to know what the measure of the situation is, and Luka Doncic lookalike and Brandon Arado has elected to do so early. So we'll see what ends up taking place moving forward. Right now, Michigan leads the shot board 31-19, but we're tied in this OT at 3. It has been a goal per period for Denver. Michigan did not score in that second. They had the Jaden Perron goal on the power play, which momentarily gave them a 3-2 lead before Casewell had tied it off the double deflection. And that is where we are. It'll be a D-zone draw. Ivan Kovic giving up 3. Johnny Hicks giving up 3. He's never given up more than 3. The freshman is 15-0-1 since taking over in the net. And 4 is going to be the magic number to beat either one of these netminders. Here's a chance, and Michigan's slow to get up off of a puck that might have hit TJ Hughes. He is hunched over. He can't get off the ice. And he is very slowly now making his way to the bench. That's Michigan's top point getter at about 56. So be mindful if he doesn't come back on the ice. Valentini gets worked over. And now Sam Harris. TJ Hughes is in immeasurable discomfort here as he's bowled over, holding onto his gut. It's probably where he took the puck. Start again now for the Maize and Blue. They're going to be going left to right for however long this OT takes. Right to left are the Denver Pioneers in the all red. Michigan's got it now. No attempt to flip this off the glass. Picked up now on the backhand. This will be left for Moldenhauer through the traffic. This does not hit Hicks. And David Carl's squad can escape the danger. This goes back to Nick. Onside pass is a good one. And this will be brushed away by Eric Jameson. He'll spin. Trzowski has to find it one more time. And toward the left side red line, Michigan content to dump it in. Johnny Hicks will go ahead and stop it one more time. 17:25 remaining in the OT should we need it all. This is the first OT. I think I have to throw that out there just in case we continue to run a marathon today. This one picked up on the back skate. Michigan gets knocked down, no penalty called. As this is picked up just off the outside, Kent Anderson can't hold it in. And will be startled back down there for Ivan Kovic. Run around the inboards now. Winner going to get Wisconsin on Saturday. That about a 5:45 puck drop Eastern Standard Time. This is the late game at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Thank you for joining us on ESPN2. Picked up now by Anderson. Bank this off the glass now. This will get settled back down now. On the backhand, Lorentz will miss the net. Right and fresh off the change for David Carl's squad. They get the puck. Left side red line. High slot now. Buckberger. The shot is deflected. Michigan now. Punch it off the glass. This will be settled back in safely across the red line. Hicks will give it back to his defense. TJ Hughes back on the bench here after taking a puck to the gut. This bounce off the hand. Asher Barnett loses inside positioning, but Michigan there to clean it up in their own end. This will be bounced. Michigan now. We'll see this puck go across center ice. Have to back check a little bit across that blue line, because this is a knuckle puck. Right in between the players' benches. Garrett Shifsky trying to give some endless energy here to the left side red line. Shifsky rimming it around the end boards now. Michigan trying to make something happen in the offensive end. Here's a back skate. Dakota Ray Mullen gets his pass across. At the net, oh, what a stop by Hicks! He saved the game with a right pad stack. And we play on. This is picked up now for Will Horkov. Horkov, high slot wrister. This one misses up off the backboards. Picked up now for Michigan. Turnaround chance. This one saved off the glove hand of Johnny Hicks. Excellent pressure here for the Wolverines inside the first 5 minutes. Horkov sends it across. This bounces again. Michigan picks it up. Denver in desperation trying to get it out. That's got to be a penalty. Somebody was spinning like a helicopter, and then a late hit, a broken stick all over the ice. Not called. Jamison, as this is looped down. Michigan only has one power play. Breakout attempt pass across middle ice is not connected. Michigan steals and off the wrap. Here's a chance now. It's taken away before Michigan can shoot. Apparently, the Zebras don't want to call anything to this OT. They want to end it in regulation, but when you see a Michigan player get his stick broken and spin around like a top, you think you got to call something. But no, they have just the one power play to Denver's 4. They're 1 for 1. Denver's 0 for 4. Hand pass. 14-24. Brandon Arado is beside himself. And I'm telling you honestly, I think that needed to be called. But we didn't get one. Johnny Hicks. McKinney shoots at Shifsky. He gets robbed. He couldn't elevate the puck against Hicks. But Johnny Hicks, the biggest play of the game now, saved it with the right pad as we press on in this OT. Austin Buckberger get this one in for Casewell. He's got the one that tied it. Spin back around now. This goes back to Buckberger. Shot gets deflected off Casewell's backside skate. And Buckberger now has to go in his own end and recollect. There's a lift. It bounces off of Michael Page. We'll have to get back on side. 13:48. We'll play dead again against Michigan. Shot board 33-20 in favor of the Wolverines. But we're almost the first 7 minutes expired of this OT. Sudden death, that's where we are. Draper against Salmelainen. Keenan Draper wins it back, but he threw it right to Denver. Here's a chance now on the left side boards. 13:35 left to go in the extra frame. Ashcroft. This one flipped across. It's wide by Bukovic. He's in the butterfly. Straight across. Intercepted now for Michigan. Will Horkov pushes one off the glass. Here's a chip and chase. Find an entry. Reed Mullen stops, shoots, misses the net. Shifsky had the screen in front. Garrett Shifsky. We get another whistle away from the play. And hand pass.
Excitement. We've seen opportunities on both sides. Oh, that's a tough block there by Shifsky. You know that one's going to sting.
Block shots are even at 14, and so is the score at 3. Face-off win for Michigan. One timer. Oh, what a stop for Hicks as he gets a good piece there of Asher Barnett's 1T. Gets it with the glove. We'll take no chances here. So I asked you in the open, who is going to get the OT winner? I have Sam Harris for Denver. I have Michael Hage for Michigan. What are you guys selecting? Who wins this game? Who's on to play Wisconsin? Let me know. Both votes I saw earlier in the YouTube had the Wolverines. Cervenka off the tie-up. He'll win it for David Carl's squad. As this is picked back up now. Workov will watch this one go down deep, and Robertson got to get rid of it quickly. Good forecheck here for the Pioneers. But Workov now pushes it from Moldenauer. Oh, he gets dumped. And near the right side boards now. Pops back up quickly. Barnett trying to find it. Moldenauer throw a shoulder in. A little bit of a check there across the bumper. Picked up here from Michigan. Left side dot. Rolling vulcanized rubber on the opposite end. Picked up by the jerseys in red. Stick this side by Michigan. They were offsides. Hicks will go back and play it out of the goal crease. Looped up into the air now. Started now for McMorrow. He gets taken down. Tyler Duke. Have a rolling puck. Michigan picks it up. It's a 2-on-3. Denver's got the back support. Michigan tried to throw it at the net. That was Spence. But Hicks is there for hold.
On their feet, Boston Buckberger on Nick Moldenauer. I think that's a nice solid hockey hit.
12-12 remaining in the OT should we need it all. Casewell lost it off the tie-up. Michigan's got it. Spence throws it back at the point. This is blocked by Lorenz. Michigan trying to get a stick lift as Denver's got it in the D zone. Michigan, watch this one go back here for Ashcroft. Again, he had the go-ahead or the tie in the second, and we continued to press on until it was Jaden Perron, and then we had another goal for Casewell that made it 3-3. Denver's got a goal in each period. If that holds, they will win this one 4-3 and play Wisconsin on Saturday. Michigan trying to get to the finals here against Wisconsin. They're 1-for-9 in their last set of Frozen Four. They haven't won a title since 98. Sent back around now. Michigan ends up taking a couple of hits. Valentini picked it up off the bumper. He gets knocked down and behind the net of Jordan Hicks. And David Carl's squad will escape. Michigan there with the back pressure. And Denver, no problem, will send this one for Ivakovic. Give it ahead for his defenseman now and start again for Michigan. Left side blow line. Hage trying to find Draper. This deflected into the crowd. Face-off win for Sibri, and we'll go ahead and take it. And Denver try to go right to left. Back pass between the legs was a cute idea, but you don't want to be too cute in this OT. That was a turnover in the neutral zone. Michigan able to escape the danger there, but Luca Fantilli and just get curled away from the D zone. Picked up now for Denver off a 1-on-4. Try to buy some more time for reinforcements here as Michigan goes ahead and puts this one up the ice. Garrett Shifsky now. Have this one get sent in deep for Josh Ernest. Draper will go ahead and give chase. Michigan steals at the line. This is picked up off the wrister and then deflected away for Shifsky. Sam Harris. He's the one I picked to win it after. Oh, he gets hit again. He's had a rough night as he got blasted in amongst the inboards. This will be sent back in now for Moldenhauer. Moldenhauer pushes it ahead for Horkov. Horkov left side red line, loops it in. 9:40 left to go in the first OT, unless we need more. That's the way I got to say it. Sudden death is where we are. Winner gets Wisconsin on Saturday, about 5:45 Eastern. Michigan's off.
One of the things I've been so impressed with is how everybody really controlled their emotions. So many times in these overtimes, Mitchie, you're just so full of adrenaline that, you make that extra read, you pitch an extra puck. So far, this team has just lived up to the building. And you wonder, how did we arrive in this place? And goes down with a big block shot. Shifsky getting robbed by Johnny Hicks with the best chance in overtime, and the physical play just continues. Barnett with the big hit. I've never seen Sam Harris. We've been doing this guy's game for 4 years now, and I've never seen him take so many big hits. He has been a crash test dummy tonight. Every player selling out here at the Frozen Four. Flat and blue and bloody. It looks like Harris upgraded from blue to stitches in between. We can see that big gash above his eyes. Great camera work as TJ Hughes.
Give you another update here as far as what we got. TSN cut the stream before OT. That is awful, RG. I got it here for you. I can't show you the game for YouTube purposes, but we're definitely going to call it. I'm not going anywhere until it's done. Denver's finally got a vote here as far as who wins. 16 votes. I appreciate you guys saying Michigan. That makes me feel a little bit better. But we'll see what we get. Michigan wins this draw in the O zone or the left side circle. 9:25 left to go in the OT should we need it all. Shifsky will knock this puck away. Michigan will intercept across the left side blue line. And look to get started again left to right. They bounced in off the glass. And Buckberger has this one now. A little bit ahead there for Sebrian, as we'll send this in behind the handboards now. Michigan will take a long foot down the ice. 9 minutes left to go in the extra frame. We're tied at 3, and that is because of Casewell. He answered the goal from Jaden Perron on the power play. Denver 0 for 4 with the man advantage. Michigan just 1 for 1. And I don't think we're going to get any calls here in this OT unless we get some sort of beheading at this point, because they just don't call anything in the OT. Long shot there for Spence. This is fought off there for Hicks. Sent at the net, but Denver does a good job to clear it away. Race for it now. Epson with some excellent work. Brown will throw it back to his defensive partner. Denver looking for a breakout. Epperson. Good work. Skates across the middle. Here's a lead near the left dot. Tipped. It goes off the post. We're still live here. Denver could have won the game, but just went off the post. It got tipped by Caswell. We're going to look at it right here near the left side dot. It bounces, it deflects off the crossbar. Otherwise, Michigan's season would have been over. Stephen Lorentz was that close. My goodness. Double deflection off the bar saved Michigan's season. as we press on here in OT. 8:15 left if we need it all. That was Denver's best chance as David Carl gets some camera shots. Brandon Orado's used his timeout. Denver still has one available to them. I'm not sure if every overtime carries one over, but we got something going on as far as maybe a water bottle situation. So I'll step aside for the netminder and save my voice.
What do you mean they stepped off the post?
The puck went off the post. You see that got deflected?
Oh,
That's the only reason why we're still playing.
they called it nothing a post.
If it goes off the red bar, that's the post or crossbar. Yes.
My goodness, John. When I left work, Denver was up 3-2 in what looked like the closing seconds of the third. What happened?
Denver had a chance. Michigan comes back and ties it with Jaden Perron. And then Casewell gets the game to OT off a double deflection on a chance from in close. Now we're getting some ice scrapages here. There was another chance for Casewell in Denver that just hit the post. Otherwise, that was another double deflection that could have went in. This game has been absolutely nuts, Ian. So I'm glad that you can join me here. Hopefully for the rest of it. Again, we got to go until we get a game winner. And I know I got plans tomorrow, but I might not have a voice depending on what happens.
Right. I understand that.
They're showing. Go ahead.
I was going to say, man, I did not expect this game to still be going when I left work, but
Nope.
I'm glad it is.
Yeah, really. It's one power play for Michigan. They scored on a Denver's 0 for 4. And if I had to ask you this question, I know that we're all thinking about it. Probably not getting any power play calls in OT.
It would have someone, unironically, somebody would have to commit assault.
That's what I pretty much said a couple minutes ago. So you and I agree. It's icing here against Michigan. 8:08 left in the OT. Should we need it all? Again, we're watching this one on ESPN2. Actually, I got to give my fiance a lot of credit because she went to the Sharks game with me last week for the first time. We're going to get a chance to see a playoff game together. I got to call it, but she's actually watching this game with me right now in OT. I actually got her to get a little bit excited about Michigan basketball on Monday. Now I just can't assume that they're always going to win. Otherwise, I just have to bring her everywhere.
Well, you know what? It becomes Michigan's a good luck charm.
I know. 7:45 left to go in this OT. This is offsides against Denver. The shot board is 37-21. And Ian, if you see this tomorrow, there's a guy on Denver, the forward, Sam Harris. He actually had to get stitches twice. He got hit in the boards twice. The mask, the college mask, obviously caught him in the face, caught him toward the right eyebrow, then cut him again. And then in OT, he took a big hit and got rocked and got back on the ice. So this game has been absolutely crazy. You also had the freshman netminder, Johnny Hicks, that got hit into the net by one of his own teammates. No love lost, really. Yeah, it's been that kind of game, crash test dummies. As this is picked up off the tie-up, Denver gets it out. Now on the backhand, Lawrence finds it. They'll skate toward the left side. Power move, cross pass. This is deflected as this works behind the neck of Jack Ivakovic. Denver with it. This is sent toward the net and wide. Denver now off the turnaround. McMorrow, fans on it. And Michigan trying to escape. As this is rolled in the corner, Brandon Arado's squad will take a change. I'm trying to leverage the last set of cough drops. I might need it if it goes to OT number 2, as it's picked up here. Toward the right side boards, one of the Denver players falls down, as Rakoff will send this one in. Now here's a pin, picked up toward the left side of the red line now. Michigan able to escape. Again, they're in the maize and blue. They're going left to right. Shots this period are 6-3. Michigan got it. Rister hits Hicks up in the face. He makes the save. Moldenhauer throws it back to the point. Luca Fantilli cross pass. This is deflected and sent back around. As this is recollected now for Denver. They look to go right to left. Work up the gut now. Excellent move. Denver's going to pick this up. Chance in the high slot now. Reeder on his forehand. Will survey. Throw it back to the point for Ashcroft. He scored in the second off a deflection. Ivakovic fights it off. He didn't even know where it was. Michigan now able to escape a chip and chase into the left side corner. Michigan now trying to pressure for a steal. They'll instead pick it up now for Tyler Duke. Duke throw this one ahead on the backhand as it is Spence who lost it. Now Denver able to escape. Samalinen's got it for David Carl's squad. Still with it, slowly put it in behind the inboards. As Michigan now will try to get this out of their own end. They'll do so successfully. 5:20 left to go in OT, but we might need more. This one sent toward the right side kitty corner. Picked up now for Michigan. And chance goes off the blocker of Johnny Hicks and rolled back down to Moldenhauer. Michigan will let their forwards take a change. Winner gets Wisconsin on Saturday. Pair of 1 seeds playing against each other. Chance in the high slot just kept in here for Michigan. Looped in behind the inboards now. Trying to find a lane. Madison will go ahead and get a pin there. Asher Barnett will watch this go away from him. Lawrence now for Denver. Off the rush. Epperson with it. We'll send it toward Ivakovic. Here's a loop in behind the net. Michigan trying to get it out. And they will. Toward the left side dot. Safely across center ice. All sorts of players coming together near the benches as they just can't get this puck loose just yet. And now in the D zone. Here starts Denver, but they've iced it at 4:22.
So, hey John, real quick
Yes.
before play gets underway. In regard, I know we talked about your timeline. Not asking you to alter it, but take this into consideration. But I would like I know you're going to do this, but I would like a totally honest reflection on what the Red Wings do in the off season after everything, after the big tidal wave.
You're saying when I do it or after the season?
No. When the off season, when the big rush of free agents.
Okay,
happens,
I will.
A brutally honest review of the Red Wings off season.
I could definitely do that because again the Sharks season ends in May. I don't think I'll have much to do outside of the golf outing a little bit for them, so I could definitely do that. Maybe I'd have to throw you a bone, Ian, and say when Alec does his shows that he usually does, maybe I'll figure out the time when he goes into the Red Wings section and maybe steal it for 10 minutes. But definitely I will give you a reflection on that, and I'll try to do it as a radio show more so than a write-up because I think I probably will be very upset considering the moniker of free agents if they don't make a move. David Carl's taking his time out. That's why I'm a little bit waiting for this play-by-play. Also trying to save the pipes a little bit for preparation for Saturday. Family plans tomorrow that I'm looking forward to. They might just give me a way to step back into this play-by-play, take a big break, and then ramp up the heartstrings again depending on what happens. Even if Denver wins, I'm calling the final. I'm going to do the game Saturday. But I'd like to see Michigan make it if they can, but they're 1 for their last 9 in Frozen Four as if they lose this. As this is sent back in on the inboards, Michigan hasn't won a title since '98. Picked up now, chancing off the backhand. They win the ozone draw. Michigan's got it. Luca Fantilli put it off the lively backboards. They got 1 goal there for TJ Hughes. Haven't called his name too many times now since he got injured earlier, but he is out there, number 13. He's got the puck now and off the back skate, and Fantilli tried to chase. Here's a puck chop. Taken down. The ref goes down too. Chance of the high slide in this puck. goes just wide of Ivakovic. And that materialized out of nowhere there. Michigan was backing up because the zebra got taken out, and Denver never gave up on the play. The shot ends up going just wide. That was a little bit inauspicious there. Anderson took a tumble into the referee. We'll get another draw here. This will be a D-zone variety for Michigan. 3:39 left to go in the OT. Should we need more? We'll call it. We're going to stay here till we get one as we've hit the midnight marker. Ivakovic, watch this one go wide. Settle back down now for Robertson. Hit it off the glass. Michigan able to get it out across center ice. Ernest now back for Robertson. Michigan now to the left side. This gets deflected and sent into Hicks. The freshman really hasn't made any mistakes. He hasn't lost a game in over a year, according to ESPN. And that would mean that something has to change at some point, unless they continue to win another game in a row come Saturday. Page now trying to find it as well. Everybody near the benches here. They'll just take some changes for Denver on the wholesale. And Michigan doesn't have much to do on their own end right now as they'll look to break out slowly. Across the left side red line, content to dump it in. Hicks will stop it one more time. Page pick this off the bumper. He gets around Reeder, a couple of stick chops. Pry it loose. Horkov out there with Page trying to find it near the right side boards. Denver has got it.
No.
Here is a chance. It gets fanned on partially. Ivakovic makes the save, but more importantly, I think a penalty call is going to be up against Michigan. That will be their fifth of the game, and it's at 2:26 of OT. Buckberger for Denver is going into the room, and Michigan's got to kill a penalty or their season's over. It's a slashing call against Will Horkoff. We're getting a referee cam, and God, I need to look at this again. I don't want to be too homey on my own team. Okay, now I see the hook and hold on Sammelainen. That first thing was awful. The second one, I saw it. Both timeouts have already been used. Horkov's in the box for a slash. And Michigan season's on the line. If Denver doesn't score here, they'd be 0 for 5 on the power play in totality. Michigan's 1 for 1. So a slash is the call. This one in on the hands of Sammelainen. That was right in front of the referee. That's what you can definitely say. And as Ian said, and I said before, it would have to be an absolute travesty to be able to call one. That one was in front of the referee, so I can't be angry about it. We'll see what ends up happening now. 2:26 left to go in the OT. So again, if Denver doesn't score, it's only 26 seconds of regulation time. And that save that we just got at the camera shot of the ESPN2 was almost near the right post again off another deflection. There's been a lot of that for Denver. A lot of obscure angle chances, traffic in front of the net, trying to actually play hockey as it's supposed to be played. A little more buttoned up as you would see in college, but a lot of those there for Denver in this game. I'm going to step aside here until we get back into play-by-play.
Butterflies in my stomach.
Me too, dude. I'm glad that you do, because now you know how I feel when I call some of these.
Well, it's exciting to root for a team.
Yeah.
Instead of just automatically thinking, oh, it's a score, I don't want to watch it.
No, right. Plus, sometimes I have Cooper, Ian, and Alec in here. Ian's in here now, but sometimes we get everybody in here and we do games together, and it gets pretty fun. Because of them is the reason why I'm doing a lot of this stuff. Because a lot of those guys, especially with Ian, but Alec and Cooper and all that too, we're all very good at what they do, and it makes it a lot of fun, work together, and it's good practice.
Your fiance missed a heck of a call by you when we were watching the Olympic final. Oh.
Looks like, oh my goodness, I just got it now. Will Horkov stepped on the hand of Boston Buckberger. That's why he had to go to the bench. He got cut up by a skate, Ian.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of fun.
That looks like red slime. This is not Nickelodeon, but that's a lot of blood.
That is a lot of blood.
Sam Harris had that, like I said, he was the same guy that got stitched up, and Buckburger's got ketchup all over his hands at this point.
Do you turn this into a 5-minute major?
That wasn't the initial call, Ian. The initial call was a slash against Michigan and Horkoff. I think that one might just be tough luck. That would be crazy to have someone get their hand skated on and that not be called, but the slash was called. And that's what the minor is. So Michigan dodges 2 bullets, but now they got to kill this. And again, this is almost right at the end of OT, should they be able to do it. Another hit away from the play. And Denver's got their 5th power play of the game. Casewell will settle this back now. Again, Boston Buckburger is one of those guys that controls the point. He's not going to be out there because he's going to get stitches on his hand. I don't even know how you can stop that. As Johnny Hicks will settle it down. The freshman netminder has never lost since he's taken the net. 15-0-1 in regulation, I should say, but now we're in OT. So now you go back for Casewell. Picked up now for Polkamp. Toward the right side. Polkamp shoots, deflected. This one saved there for Ivakovic. And another big hit. Casewell trying to dig it loose. Michigan fans want a power play as Keenan Draper got taken out. We'll see if the refs will call it. That would be crazy to get offsetting here, but we might at 131. Looks like Keenan Draper drew an infraction, and Denver's power play goes away. That is Sam Harris, the guy that's been getting hit over and over. He gets busted for a trip. It's 4-on-4. The golden question now, and I'm just throwing it out there because I genuinely don't know, for as good as both of these hockey programs are, does 4-on-4 favor anyone at this point? Or do you play a little bit more to try to negate some of those breakaways? Because both these teams have tons of talent. Michigan's the only one that has 30 wins on the year. You got 2 guys over 50 points on Michigan, and you got a bunch of 30-point performers on Denver with a ton of depth. So 4-on-4 is what we're going to get.
But John, let's also acknowledge this. Once that, if neither team scores with in this 1 minute 5 this 1 minute 5 seconds, Michigan is going to have 26 seconds of power play ice time.
And it took them pretty much 10 seconds to score the first time that they got one. So we'll see what they get. They get to do it on a fresh sheet of ice. Spence put this one up across the red line. He takes a wrister, hits the glass very hard, and this rolls back down across center ice. 55 seconds left to go in OT. We might need to make it a double. And depending on how late this is, I might need one. As it's picked up here for Shifsky into the glove hand of Hicks. We get a stoppage at 47.5. Again, I really haven't eaten yet today, and I still got to take some of the other pills. So maybe I'll just do that in the intermission at this point because I need to make sure to have the energy here for the second OT if we get there.
Say, would you have a certain? Would you be rather happy if Draper was the one to score the winner?
It would be nice. I think Chris would be a little bit happier than I was, but it would also kind of be salt in the wound correctly because the Red Wings aren't going to make it, but at least he helps Michigan get it. So a little conflicted, but I have to say happy nonetheless, right? As this is picked up now here for Polkamp. And off the spin and turn, Michigan trying to get it out of their own end. It's a power play now for 50 seconds. Denver trying to just kill as much time. They steal toward the right side of the line. Michigan trying to be careful not to trip. Will Horkov is open across the right wing, doesn't go there. 10 seconds left to go in the OT. I think this would be the first time I ever called double OT in college hockey. Again, I'm no stranger to 4 OTs in the Stanley Cup Finals, but we're going to make it a double, folks. 3-3. No answer after 80 minutes of play, and the winner still gets Wisconsin on Saturday. We come back, we'll call more.
29 seconds of power play ice time start.
It's crazy.
Yeah. A second overtime, that sucks.
Yeah, we got to keep going until we get one. That's the rule.
What if we're here all night?
We can be. I mean, I've had Ian's in here with me now, but I know Alex been on here too. We had a couple games last year, or a couple years ago, when Carolina played Florida. I had a game go to 4 OTs.
Damn.
And I didn't barely had a voice by the end of it. Oh, speaking of Alec, he's here. You just called the game earlier. Maybe I'll make him do a double shift.
How many innings did that feature for the ALCS Mariners and Tigers go? You remember?
That one was about 12 or I think it was 12 or 14. And then I had a game against the Guardians a couple of years ago in Walker that went 16 innings.
Oh, look at that. Dylan Larkin got a hat trick. Wait a minute. Wait, I just read something on the bottom bar, John. What is the now to breaking is the first 40-goal scorer for the Red Wings since 2008?
That means Marian Hossa. Yes.
Detroit hasn't had a 30-goal scorer since 2008.
Not a 40-goal scorer. No, they have not.
Oh,
Been a lot of lean years.
Okay, well, you could be Montreal and not have a 50-goal scorer since 1990 until Cole Caulfield tonight.
wow.
Yeah, Cole Caulfield is the absolute truth. Alec, you just called a game alongside another team I root for here locally. I don't know if the Red Wings left themselves enough time, considering that Ottawa won today, but what were your thoughts?
Domination. Dylan Larkin of a hat trick. 3 goals, 3 different ways, by the way. What I saw was a complete annihilation by the Detroit Red Wings. Up and down. The name of the game was special teams. And it was mostly the power play from the Red Wings. The first three of the first 4 goals were scored on the man advantage. The fourth one was a shorthanded goal, which was Dylan Larkin, by the way. And the power play did wonders for Detroit. And Philadelphia just can't get going on the man advantage by any means.
Let me ask you this, because I know you're probably going to call some. I know you're also busy at the university. But if you do get a situation where it is 2v3 and it's Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, I think I'm going to be joining you for that one if you call some of those.
The Battle of Pennsylvania is going to get spicy again if we were to get this matchup in the playoffs. I know 1v8 is going to be called by many NHL fans, and honestly, I understand that, especially the Dallas-Minnesota playoff series being confirmed, but who doesn't love the Battle of Pennsylvania in the playoffs?
The state will burn. The state of Pennsylvania.
I'll be right back.
It will burn. Okay, the only thing that would cause more damage is if somehow it was a Super Bowl matchup between the Steelers and the Eagles.
Oh my goodness. I mean, we all know the fandoms between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are determined, but someone please help those poor souls over in central Pennsylvania. Oh boy.
It is gonna be over. It's gonna be war on ice, fellas.
It is. Just like 2012, just like 2018, just like 2008, just like 2000. Oh boy. And oh boy was the words that we heard from Dallas and Minnesota, because there was a brawl at the end of the game between Mikko Rantanen and Matt Boldy. We're going to get this exact matchup coming in next weekend. Not this weekend, it's next weekend. So I have to say that perhaps Minnesota could say maybe third time's a charm this time. They lost the first 2 ties against Dallas in the playoffs.
Maybe. But I've been saying it for
I said earlier this year in one of our broadcasts, gentlemen, if Minnesota is going, if there is any year that Minnesota has to break through the proverbial ceiling, it's this year. You have Quinn Hughes. You have Kirill Kaprizov. I think. Yes. Okay, so you have Kaprizov and Hughes now. You have once again found another netminder who becomes a god when they get between those pipes. If two of them in the same tandem. Yeah, if there is ever a time if there is ever a time for them to break that close but not close enough, it is now.
Our first national semifinal was between Wisconsin.
Regarding Minnesota, by the way, who Dallas will face them in the first round.
I'll be honest with you, gentlemen. I was pretty confident when I was asked earlier around family members for Easter that even though I said with Ian, who's going to miss the playoffs? You know how Cooper said a couple of years ago it was Boston, they had the best record. I say Dallas because of Glenn Gullickson, and then they go on for this stunner. On Easter, I was asked who's going to win the Stanley Cup Finals. I said Dallas, but that 2-3 matchup does kind of scare me.
It does, considering these two, their styles of play really look good for what it seems to be deep runs. But Dallas, they rely more on the power play, while Minnesota is more well-suited defensively and even strength.
Yeah.
With Dallas, they can rely on exceptional goaltending in the playoffs. Otter's a proven playoff performer despite his down year. But he does have the track record to back it up. I'll have to say, Dallas, take into account that they have played a lot of playoff hockey over the last 3 years. I'm taking that into account. So this is going to be going the full distance. If we don't get a 7-game matchup between these two, we're going to be disappointed. But this one's very tight. It can go either way, but I'm going to say Wild at 7. It's time.
Yeah, they haven't gotten out of the first round, I don't know, and God knows how long. They really need. Thank you, Alec. 11 years. That is 1 year longer than the Red Wings playoff drought.
And I believe that the last time they made it out in the first round, if I recall correctly, that was when they ran into the Blackhawks juggernaut back in 2015. I could be wrong. They ran into them a third straight year. And Groundhog Day happened again. Yeah. Oh, by the way, so just on switching to baseball real quick, did anyone else see that the Rockies smoked the Astros?
Let me look at it.
Colorado? Yes. Where did they come from? I don't know. We were dogpiling on them for being bad last year, and we thought most of this thing was going to happen again this year, and now they're 6-6.
Yeah, 6-6. Yeah, I'll definitely take that because my team's 4-9, so they look much worse than the Rockies look right now.
Well, my team's 5-8, and they just got skunked by the White Sox.
I will raise you getting swept by the Minnesota Twins. Come on, man. That's brutal.
Good golly.
I mean,
yes, Alec. You were out of all three of us, you were the only one that is happy with their baseball game.
Yeah, and you're saying that as a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and also, by the way, congratulations to one Connor Griffin.
Yes. Get paid, son. 9 years, 140 million worth of such. He's gonna get paid until 2034, which is a year before the end of Bobby Bonilla Day.
That's perfect because it's good money. You get a chance to get paid there quickly, and you get a chance to keep everything else intact. And as you said before the season started, when I saw some of your posts, you're like, Pittsburgh's spending money? Yes, they are. They're trying to build something around because they got Paul Skeens.
And they realize Bob, I think Bob Nutting starting to understand that if he doesn't do something now, he is quite literally going to have quite literally the Yinzers are going to be at the gate.
Oh. They'd be personally driving him an escort to the airport.
It will be, and they will be playing, and the Warsaw will, no surprise, be renegade.
Yes. Yes. Please. We've been missing that ever since Steelers football season ended and when David Bednar went to the Bronx.
Yeah. So John, I need to. I can tell you what's wrong with my team, and the fact is, my team just can't score any runs.
Just like last year, right?
The offense, but actually it's worse.
Oh God.
Because it's worse. Because right now, as we speak, let me look at this. Vinny Pasquantino is batting 184 with an OPS of 485.
Dear God.
And Salvador Perez is batting 146 with an OPS of 539.
Well, I could say the same thing for Kerry Carpenter when you lead the team in RBI with 6 and you're batting like 140. You got Riley Green with 1 million strikeouts again. Your core's not getting the job done. And I know this is no surprise, and I'm not going to go ahead and yell at the man too much, but I do blame management. Just like when they signed Alex Cobb and he never played. He signed Justin Verlander to a 1 year, whatever it was, $14 million, and he gets injured in his first start. Well, yeah, he's going to get injured. He's 44.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't even told you the best part about my team. The best hitter on the team, stacked just by all metrics, is Kyle Isbell.
I was going to say Kyle Isbell. That makes me a sycophant. Yeah.
375. Yes, over 1,000.
That's how you know things are going really sideways, but good for Isbell.
Oh, my Lord. And I wish it ended there. I really wish it ended there. But considering the fact that our free agent signings amounted to Lane Thomas and Starling Marquez.
Yeah, that's bad. I mean, the only other thing that saved the Tigers was Framber Valdez, because before that it was Verlander and Kenley Jansen. So I could raise you that same stuff too. You know what? I mean, you look at the AL Central. We talked about the Guardians, and like you always said, they're the snake. You can cut the head off; they're not going to die. But
it's a cockroach.
Yeah, the cockroach, right? The nuclear cockroach. And no matter what ends up happening, it doesn't seem like anybody in the AL Central is going to be, here, you take it. No, here, you take it. Nobody wants to do anything. I guess the one thing I might have to just switch my allegiances to the White Sox because at least they can score runs.
Yeah, well, honestly, that's about, unless you're a Guardians fan, you pretty much have pain all around. Because despite Minnesota having a better start than we all thought they would have, they still have nobody except for Byron Hudson and Joe Ryan. The White Sox are still owned by Jared Reinsdorf. The Royals can't score anything despite having one of the best starting rotations in the league in the MLB. And my very, very biased opinion, but I think metrics so far would back that up. And and as for the Detroit Tigers, you just told us everything we need to know about that. They are not meeting expectations by any metric.
Yeah, they haven't played good baseball in over 90 plus games. If you count that second half and the collapse and everything else, they are what they are. They are where they thought they were. Well, Danny Green.
Yep, and Chris Illich continues to live.
So I'm just going to go ahead and go to happier times, but who knows? Denver could score. But let's go to a second OT. Alex already called the game. He's doing a little Kevin Harlan. I'm not going to make him call both games here, but I'm just glad to get his presence alongside Ian Genji as we have 20 seconds of Michigan power play time. They're 1 for 1. I don't think they're going to be 2 for 2 unless they can get up the ice and immediately score off the first shot. That would end the game. Robertson put it toward the backhand. Hicks makes the save. They will get an ozone draw here. Maybe enough time for a quick shot. Michigan, by the way, has 40 shots on goal as Johnny Hicks has made 37 saves. The freshman netminder, Alec, had a .958 save percentage coming in. Has never given up more than 3 goals, only in one start. Got that today, and hasn't lost since he's taken over in the net.
And it did note that every goaltender from this Frozen Four is a freshman. That's an interesting note on the side.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? This is picked up now near the left side boards. Robertson has a chance. Now it's Horkoff. Good save, Hicks. He cleanses it off with the right pad, and Michigan's abbreviated power play goes awry. David Carl's squad's got it now. They're going left to right in the all red, right to left in the maize and blue. They have it in their own end right now. Shot board is 41-23. We're in the second overtime. T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada, home of the Golden Knights. It's their first ever host. And I think at some point, gentlemen, we got to get tickets to watch this. It'll be a lot of fun. Keenan Draper gets knocked off the puck, but it's going to be a heck of a lot cheaper than anything pro-related as well. It's picked up now off the end boards. Michigan has numbers back. I'll loop it back in. Cancel off near the right side. Here's a one-timer. Casewell, he scored from that previous angle. Ivakovic makes the save with the left pad, as this will be knocked away. It's loose out in front, and this will be picked up now for Tyler Duke. He was in the box 3 times. Here's his drop pass. Horkoff tries to knock it out of the air, and the first minute 30 have expired in the second OT as Denver's iced the puck.
What these two teams play are contrasting styles. What we're seeing Michigan is more the offensive, Denver's more of the steady-paced defensive style. It's noted on the shots on goal that Denver likes to take things slow. Michigan's more of that fast-paced team, and Michigan's more impatient as noted.
In that third period, I know we're in the second overtime, but in the third period, I saw on the shot board on college hockey was 6-4 Michigan. So it was kind of slowing stuff down. Things really percolated in that first OT as Hicks made an unbelievable save off of Perron off the deflection. That's kind of where we've been, and now we're in the second OT. The faceoff's won by Maize and Blue. They can't hold it in. I'd love to be able to call Michigan again on Saturday, but we will be back with you about a 5:30 start as this is looped and sent back down. Rolling puck will have to get chased. Ivan Kovic, who played for Canada for the WJCs. Dangerous pass for Michigan here. And Ivakovic now will be forced to hold. I don't like that read there for Brandon Naranjo's squad. And somebody coming back, that might be Buckberger, who got slashed across the hand with a skate. He's making his way. And Ian, I know you saw that. I don't know how many stitches you would have to put in his hand, but it looked like silly putty.
I have no idea. Crazier men wouldn't have waited for stitches.
Alec, if you saw that, his first 4 fingers were just completely encapsulated in blood, and he's already going to be back now as he's working across the tunnel. Perron lost the puck. As this is settled back down across the left side red line, Denver's got to check back up. Ivakovic will stop it. A little rolling puck. He's settled back down for Duke. His clearing attempt goes across to Denver here. 17:35 left to go on the OT. John here alongside Alec Nava and Ian Genji. Alec Nava already worked earlier today, but he's joined me graciously for this double OT. Pick for Luca Fantilli, and that one off the rush gets denied by Hicks. Sent back around directly behind his net. He's in the butterfly near the right post. Michigan picks it up. TJ Hughes, good move. And across the point, and Hicks finds that too. Will hold.
Yeah, John, someone once said to me, hockey players are just a bunch of sick, and think of a word that rhymes with fuck.
Yeah.
And you'll understand what he was saying.
You gotta be crazy.
It has to be that to play a sport where there is a 100% chance you're going to get your teeth knocked out.
Absolutely.
And you play it for fun.
But this is why we love it. I mean, like I said, I got my fiance in here watching this, and we're feeling the butterflies in this game. Obviously, we're rooting one way, but
this game needs to end.
yeah, it also needs to end because she's got stuff she's got to do as well. As this is picked up now near the right side boards, there's a rolling puck. Michigan trying to get it out of their own end. And they'll start again. It is Ben Robertson. He has it now across the right wing. Horkov on the left side of the rush, but they want to drop it to him. Sharp angle chance bounces off the end boards. Another chance, Asher Barnett gets up and out of play off the stick of Hicks.
This is where we need to see game-breaking plays for one of them. For Michigan is likely going to have to come from one of their guys, like we mentioned, Will Horkov, TJ Hughes, Michael Hayes. Those are the game breakers that are anticipated. High-end talent that can make an impact in the future in the NHL. As was mentioned with Hayes, Horkov, the Penguins' first-round pick from this year.
Two guys that already have over 50 points. Not a lot of programs can say that. Michigan had 30 wins. No program had that this year other than them. And they're up against it with Denver. Again, Denver's a hockey blue blood. They got 10 national championships. Michigan has 9. And as we said with Michigan, they are 1-9 in the Frozen Four in this situation. They haven't won since '98. This is their toughest test. No disrespect to Wisconsin should they get there, but if they get past Denver, I think you got to have some confidence if you're either one of these teams, as it's picked up now. Look back around the end boards for Hicks off the full sail clear. Brandon Arato's squad will take a change. It's got to be a team that cannot make a mistake at this point. Everybody's going to get tired as this game presses on. Opportunity, Spence. He lost an edge for the left side boards. Michigan tries to steal. They cannot do so. This is directed to the right side. Hage gets a piece for a moment. This is kept into Fantilli. Shot to the traffic. That goes wide. Settle back down now for Duke. He gets hit hard and loses the puck. Denver. Try to go left or right now. Here's a rolling chance. Ivakovic will kiss it off the right side of the glass. Picked up now by there. Reeder tries to throw it out in front of Michigan. Will read the play. Settle back down now. For the left side blue line, might as well take some changes. Got to keep those shifts short. Ashcroft. He had the game time goal in the second period. It's been a long time from that. We're in the second OT. 5 minutes have expired. We're in sudden death. That's where we were for the last 40 minutes. As this will be settled back down for Denver. Go ahead and make some changes here. Casewell will get off the ice. He's the reason why we're still playing. The right side boards. Cotarine Mullen. Power move off the backhand just to protect to get it out of the D zone. Touch pass, Michigan. Try to do a little too much. They're taking themselves off sides.
A lot has happened here throughout these two overtimes. And for Michigan, if they want to play some defense, that means the veterans coming in. Shifsky, Draper. For Denver, they're trying to be patient, wait for the right opportunity. And then at that point, that's one of the game breakers is coming in. And Salmon for being one of Rieger Lorenz, the second rounder from Minnesota from 22. He's still here. Been there, done that before.
And you just got those camera shots there, Alec, of Buckberger in terms of being skated over. That was not the penalty. It was fork-off slash. Denver 0 for 5, Michigan 1 for 2. That was just an abbreviated power play as we continue to press on. It's been about a week and a half since I was able to call a game, and this is the one that I jump into has been a whale of it. Alec has already had one, and Ian's been joining across from work, and it's still going on here. Here's a chance now off the left side rush. Kept to the outside of the Pioneers. Michigan forces a steal, a shot, and they get a piece of it. Maize and Blue looking to do some work for Nick Moldenhauer. This is saved by Hicks. They'll have to hold from 100.
That was dangerous at first glance, and yes, I did see that Buckberger shot. That was incidental from Will Horcock. That he wanted to play this puck, but it inadvertently went over the hand of Buckberger. Buckberger's a warrior, and I appreciate his dedication.
Yeah, as I said to Ian, I mean, Alec, how many stitches? How do they do that so quickly when you got that much blood? That's incredible.
Beats us.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it, but that's what we got right now. Again, the championship game is on the line for one of these two teams. 13:55 left in double. Head fake. Here's a shot. Hicks makes the save. And we will get another ozone draw as 5 seconds have expired. 13:49 left.
You know, I'm noticing, fellas, some of these takedowns, now maybe they look an awful lot like penalties, and if they are, the rest are really letting them go, which I appreciate.
Yeah, as we said within this OT, unless you get something absolutely egregious, it's not going to be called. And Michigan hasn't had a lot of those. Denver's had opportunities, they just haven't taken advantage of them. Probably could be up by a couple, or this game would have been done. Here's a long flip. Mesher Barnett, part of that back check as this goes a little bit too far for TJ Hughes. The icing gets canceled off because Hicks played the puck. Michigan tries to steal. And start this again for Eric Polkamp. He's a Hobie Baker Award finalist. There's a sent back around for Dakota Reen Mullen. Picked up off the glass. Michigan slowly try to push this one up the ice. Good move. Toward the right side wing, stick handle, shot in. It's right in the glove. And we'll do it again for Hicks.
Michigan has put up 45 shots and Denver's 24, and we are still.
Yeah, Johnny Hicks, Alec, from what I've seen, I know it's only my first game, but as a freshman, I don't see him rattled whatsoever.
Shades of Matt Davis from the Denver championship run just
Yeah,
years
it's a good
ago,
one.
John.
Absolutely. Again, the only one that beat him was a shot that went off the backboards, and then there was a double deflection. Maybe one goal, I would say both of these goalies probably responsible for it. Ivakovic, they were saying, has been the best goalie that Michigan has maybe had since, Marty Turco? And that's a heck of a lot to say there as far as Michigan's grandstanding. As it's picked up now across center ice. Find the play now, hit away, it's Horkov, wrister, and this one is behind Hicks. I thought he lost it for a moment as I had to take a breath, but he finds it in between his legs.
Well, normally when these overtimes, it doesn't take a beautiful play to end it. It sometimes takes an ugly play, one that takes a funky bounce, an ugly play. This was one of those ugly plays.
It was behind him with the left pad.
Oh, he's blocking it with his leg.
Yeah, he lost sight of it. It took him some time.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I got that on the second look. It's rolling behind him. He's skating back underneath it, but it's near the back post. He never saw that puck.
Yeah, it took a while for him to track that down. It was rolling behind him. This one of those funky.
Picked up now across the right side boards. Shots this period for Michigan 7-1. Denver now off the rush. They'll take a quick one. Ivakovic. I think that one went wide. As it's settled now across the right side boards. 12:20 left to go in double OT. And we're going to keep going until we get a game winner. As it's picked up now across the right side boards. Mullen. Try to find it. Here's a long chance. We'll go up and out of play at 12:10.
I didn't realize I was on mute the last time around. Shots are And it's a good thing that Hicks held onto that right post. Otherwise, that would have been a goal for Michigan to end it and send it to a date with Wisconsin. We'll love some Big Ten matchups, especially in hockey.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun, Alec. Again, you would have to think Wisconsin's just hoping this game goes all night.
You think, especially with Wisconsin being an overtime winner themselves.
12:05 left to go in this double OT. The game is tied at 3. The shot board 46-24 as the puck goes out of play again. Johnny Hicks has been the story. Again, this game has been crazy. That door got open there. And I saw the other day in the NHL, I thought some NHL player got hurt because the door was open. Now they're going to have to go ahead and do some screwdriver repairs. I guess we're going to get a little bit of everything in this game. But that's a common thing.
We do have a bit of everything whenever we are around. Oh boy.
I've never seen that before.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, the Michigan player just came over and tested the door.
So we get our repairs done, and we'll get a D-zone draw here. Denver going to try to finish this off. We're going to try to go to Sunday against the Wisconsin Badgers. Michigan has other ideas, but the war of attrition is going to be starting to take place here as we're in double OT. And behind the net now, Michigan looking to break out. Here's Tyler Duke. Get this across the left side blue line. Good move. Fantilli will go ahead and make this pass across as Duke can start again. Send this in toward Hicks, and he'll be forced to hold. As this time is starting to slow down as far as the sand in the hourglass. Alec, we've covered a lot of these games. We've seen a lot of multiple OTs. It really is about not making the big mistake.
And as time goes on, these shift times of these players are going to be vastly reduced. You go from 40 seconds to 30 seconds. And maybe if we could go to a third OT, we're hoping that's not the case. 25 seconds or 20 seconds.
Considering you already called the game, I mean, if I called you out of the bullpen, if I get 6 periods, I guess we could just kind of make it a little bit even, depending on what happens. But we'll see. We're going to stick here with you as long as we can. This is tied up. Pioneers able to get this one in off the back pass. It eludes Polkent. Michigan trying to escape. Michael Hage has got a good set of hands. He had to get around a little phone booth there. This is sent toward the crease. Michigan now will chase this into the right side boards. Picked up now off the loop around. And Hage will back off, probably take a change. We're almost halfway expired from the second OT. What a welcoming back for myself, considering it's been about a week and a half. I've been so busy with MIHL duties, I couldn't actually get time to call a game. We get to do it now over the weekend. Shifsky, this one goes wide. Picked up now, sent toward Hicks. Now to the left side boards. Denver and David Carl's squad able to send this in. I'll be forever thankful to Mr. Carl as far as USA WJCs over the last few years of getting them a couple titles. I know they had Bob Motzko in Minnesota there off their previous in January, but David Carl is a winner, that's for sure. As this is settled, turned over across center ice. Long chance Ivan Kovic's got it with the glove hand, and we're almost halfway through the second OT.
But these ice scrapers and ice crew need to work overtime for her to matter. Johnny Hicks had a new career high in saves in a game. He beat out his previous career record. Now he's got 44 in total.
Absolutely incredible, Alec, the way that this game has gone. I would be shocked if you would have told me, not even looking at this game, that the shot board for Michigan would be doubled against Denver. I think Denver is a very good team, but for them to have 25 less shots than Michigan is a little surprising to me.
Honestly, it is, considering how good Denver is. They are the standard of college hockey, and Michigan wants to test that standard.
Long outstretched pass for TJ Hughes. I don't believe there's any relation to Quinn, Luke, or Jack, as this will be settled back down now across the left side boards. Picked up now for Denver. Have to spin away from a hit. Have to dump it in. 9:35 left to go in double OT. John, I'm with you alongside Alec Nava and Ian Genji. We're watching this Frozen Four semifinal game 2 Good chance off the rush. And this one goes off the back of the net of Ivakovic. Denver was the first time looking dangerous in quite a while. As this is settled back down off the Karam. Michigan now. Garrett Shifsky, turnaround, stays on his feet, needs to buy some support. Throws it in an open area, try to just send it toward Hicks. That was a little bit wanting there, Alec. Need to do more there if you're Michigan, but maybe the legs are tired. Picked up now. An off-arm shove. Here's a turnaround now for Denver. Excellent work. Trying to keep this off the outside for Michigan. Nick Moldenhauer will go ahead and get the steal and then be confident with it. Bring it up the ice goes Moldenhauer. Leave it off the drum. Moldenhauer goes to the net. Hicks makes the save.
And finally, the ice scrapage in the second overtime. And no, TJ Hughes is not related to the three Hughes brothers. This Hughes is from Canada, well, because the Hughes brothers are from the United States. But what chances do Michigan is getting here in this second OT that they've been the more dangerous team with the puck, they've been the more confident team with the puck, and they're testing Denver's defensive shell, in which they've been so confident with running with David Carl.
Yeah, I really like the way both of these teams play. I don't want to say anything negative to Wisconsin because they've earned it. They've been able to fight their way. The teams that they've beaten, Alex, to get to that point, certainly believe to me that they can definitely win it on Saturday. But if I have to guess, I would just happen to think that Denver or Michigan, whoever wins, probably has the edge. But honestly, as this game goes along, I'm not so sure anymore.
I think Wisconsin's going to be happy as long as this game continues onwards, however long this may be. So whoever wins here, they're going to go up against a well-rested Wisconsin team. These two teams are tired, and I mean dead tired.
There was a guy, a pretty good camera shot, who was just jamming out the Freebird. He's got a lot more energy than I do at this point. I'm feeling a little bit tired, but I'm also feeling that nervousness right now alongside everybody that's joined in.
How is he like so calm?
Mr. Krabs, I want to go to bed. They pull out the SpongeBob reference over there for the SpongeBob fans. So that's relatable looking back at it.
It does feel that way, Alec, because this is a weekday. I mean, we're normally reserved for this in these Stanley Cup playoffs. I know the NCAA games can definitely go long, but I would have to imagine that Denver and Michigan both probably thought that they could have won this game in regulation.
Yeah, and Wisconsin, they beat Michigan State and North Dakota, two of the best teams in the NCAA.
Right.
In this Frozen Four tournament, they have to be happy with themselves no matter the result of what's going to take place on Saturday.
Yeah, that was a crazy comeback that they had against Trey Augustine and the Spartans, and Augustine signed his ELC with the Red Wings. Hopefully we'll see Sebastian Kosa and Augustine at some point in behind the goal because they haven't had any backups there for John Gibson. They barely even played Cam Talbot. Again, I'll have to talk more about that later in the year as we still got a game to play. 8:28, here's a chance out in front, and that one just missed for Denver again. They came that close, a hair's breadth from winning it. Another long chance. Michigan keeps it alive in the slot. And Reed Mullen will get this one out. Jordan Spence will flip it down. Michigan's got to take a change. Can't get caught here as we'll get settled back down for Tyler Duke. We'll go left to right. 8 minutes left to go in the double OT. Should we needed all shots this period, gentlemen. Michigan leads 13-2, but they can't solve Johnny Hicks. Never given up more than 3 goals. Tyler Duke delays. Shot. That one goes wide toward the left side red line. So they would have to put it in unrarefied air for Michigan against Johnny Hicks. Again, as a freshman, he's one of the best goalies I've seen in a long time. I can definitely say that even on first blush. Here's a chance, just holding it in. Polkamp able to get this one across to his forwards. Middle of the slot, scores! Denver wins! What a play! And this is over!
Why does this, John, why does this feel like the last Four Nations face-off when USA left, was it Crosby or McDavid all alone in the middle?
You're exactly right. That's exactly what that felt like. That's a great call out.
Yeah, that felt exactly like that same play with McDavid being left all alone and 15 What was that for Denver? I can't get a number on it. That looked like it's. I got the Michigan route. Eric Davison, 15 for
Oh, I
Denver
still want
in
the
red.
basketball court.
He's comfortable. Mitch Marner and feeding 21. Kent Anderson, or I have to look at it again. But nonetheless, Denver got that beat up to perfection. The feed from the left side to the slot, all alone. And that's a big mistake you don't want to make here.
Yep. We talked about that, not making that key mistake wide open middle of the slot. We get one more look at it here off the camera shot. Good spin and turn off the delay. Michigan will watch this one go in off the inboards, and that middle is wide open, as Ian called, and a game-winning goal for Kent Anderson sends the Denver Pioneers this Saturday against the Wisconsin Badgers. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me for this one. I'll be back on Saturday to call that earlier game. Congratulations to Denver, but holy cow, Michigan had 52 shots on goal.
One more prediction before we leave. If Jordan Hicks keeps up this pace, we may have a number one overall goalie pick whenever he's drafted number 4.
Yeah, Johnny Hicks was insane, Alan.
Sorry, Johnny Hicks. I said Jordan. I didn't say Jordan.
Ooh, don't want to confuse with any pitchers in the Major League Baseball.
Nope.
All right, gentlemen, I'll see you. You guys, I'll be back for Saturday about 5:35.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I know.